Hello. What's good, everybody?
What
Wow.
up?
Wow,
Yeah.
such an
Yo,
Happy
Yo, what's
Friday.
wow,
up?
yeah.
happy Friday. Wow,
Happy
such an
Friday.
amazing
Happy
squad.
Thanksgiving.
We did it. Happy Thanksgiving.
Woo!
Dude, this is amazing. I love that there's always already such a big squad on here.
Yeah.
Just unreal. Lots of familiar faces. Arthur, good to see you. Dude, Nelson, what's up, dude? Unreal. Rory, good to see you. Ed, what's up? Connor, dude, you grew out your beard. Killing it, bro. Um, Unreal. Miles, what's up? Eddie, dude, been a minute. This is amazing. So many homies. Yo, real quick, just to get things started while more people might swing by. Drop in the chat. Where are you guys calling in from? Put it in the chat. I am calling in from Berlin, and yeah, just been a lovely Friday night. And by the way, I feel like we're going to talk about music, and I'll share some information. But I think the most incredible part of doing this is the people. And I don't know, just curious, like for me, there were so many times in my life where it was really difficult to find people who liked the same music. Give me a thumbs up if you feel me on that, right? So I think as you like look through and see where people are calling in from, and you know, I feel like we'll try to facilitate ways for everyone to connect. But um, yeah, this there are so many incredible people in this chat, and you know, I think taking advantage of that and meeting other people who like the same kind of music and who are so into this that you're willing to, if you're in Europe, you're willing to stay in on a Friday night, or in the US, like, you know, hop on the computer in the middle of a nice day to hop on Zoom. So appreciate you guys. Let me read. Where are people calling in from? Shout out Boulder. Yes, dude. Miss Boulder so much. San Diego, Philly, SF, Orlando, New Jersey, Minneapolis, UK in the house. Let's go. Denver, LA, Miami, London, LA, Chicago, Houston, Netherlands. Let's go. Cincinnati, Tampa, Guatemala, mix well. Let's go. Toronto, SF, Spain, dude. Eleganto, man, good to see your name pop up. Vegas, dude, I'm going to be in
Good to see you,
Barcelona.
brother.
Yeah, good to see you, man. Uh, Wait, what city are you in? Are you in Barcelona? Madrid?
I'm in Valencia,
You're in
dude. It's really
Valencia.
nice here. Yeah,
Dude,
right
the
across Ibiza.
dude, the home of Machina. Dude, I need to come visit you, bro.
So nice.
Um,
Please do come to Spook.
let's go, dude. Unreal. San Diego, Cali, SD. By the way, shout out Eleganto, incredible artist, producer. Argentina, let's go, bro. Toronto, Aloha from Hawaii, amazing. Utah, Australia, unreal. If you're just popping in, put in the chat where you're calling in from. And also, if you've already done that, put in the chat, who are you listening to? Are there any artists, labels, genres that you're really excited about? Who are you listening to? G from Bend, Oregon. What's up, dude? Kayla, good to see you. El Dorado, SF, Denver, Unreal, SD, Berlin. Natalie, let's go. I love how neither of us are Berghain right now. Houston, what's up, Megan? Good to see you. Düsseldorf, oh, amazing. Berlin, more Berlin homies. I am spending a lot of time in Berlin, bouncing between Berlin and London these days. So if you're in Berlin, hit me up. Hopefully, yeah, just looking for more friends. It's so cool to be here. Warsaw, Victoria, good to see you. Boulder, Colorado, yes. Vancouver, London, Carolina, amazing. Awesome. All right, let me scroll down and see what are people listening to. Hold on. There's so many comments. Okay, I gotta scroll faster. Oh, Saper, dude, I just saw, dude, I've known him for like 15 years. Dude, he was like into a lot of the tech house stuff that I was doing when I first started. And dude, he's now just doing such crazy, insane forward-thinking club stuff. It's crazy. Dude, Davy Boy is actually my roommate. Oh, also Anna, what's up? Yeah, so funny. He's not here right now, but shout out Davy Boy. Love him so much. Yeah, Yuksek. Uh, but dude, it's funny. Davy Boy, for those that don't know, amazing DJ producer from Munich, and he wears a lot of ties. I actually have he has like a box full of his ties in here. It's so funny. Get his ties if you want to dress up. David Lowline, he's great. UKG, Anna Morgan. Oh, I love Anna. So let's see. Fred, Jiggets, Danny Snowden. Some names I don't know. Bunt, Gene on Earth. Oh, I love Gene on Earth. Fred again. Let's go. X Club. Fred again's so talented. Joey Orbison, love him. Skrillex, he's playing at Berghain tonight. Got to stay in. Got to be on Zoom. Honestly, there's nothing better than just talking about music and getting to make some music. Sammy Vergi, he's amazing. Justin J, nice guy. Love that. Sacramento, shout out. I'm back with some Blauman. His album was crazy. I Hate Models, VTSS, she's amazing. DBBD, just played a show with him in Paris. Super nice guy. Inspired by ADE, sets I saw Cynthia, Kepler, M. High, Kink, Lola Palmer, lots of new school garage. Yes, so good. Datsko and Pagasi, Marlon Hofstadt, Mind Chatter. Oh, dude, love Mind Chatter. Silva Bumpa, Opidan, Hamdi. Love the range. Ranger Truco. Zed's Dead, always. Yes. Love Zed's Dead. Only Fire is so funny. Unreal. Kiki. Quote, any bass heads in the chat? If you're a bass head, drop a speaker emoji. I would drop one, but I'm gonna keep on reading for now. Groovy jazz house music. Love that. Awesome. Subfocus, lockers, Odd Mob and Omnom. Yeah, 100%. So much Bluetooth or bullet tooth. Yes, Nia Archives. Awesome. Okay, sweet. Really, really cool. Dude, such a great squad. Intervisions, Jamiroquai, MPH. Unreal. Okay, sweet. Shuffa. Oh, dude, I was just with him a couple weeks ago. He's so lovely. So shout out Nicky Nair, also the man. Love him. Unreal. Okay, sweet. I'm seeing some speaker emojis. The bass heads are holding it down. Amazing. Okay, sweet. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. It's crazy that this whole weekend is actually happening. I didn't mention it, but one of the reasons why I didn't think I was going to be able to do this was because I actually had a show this Friday tonight that canceled last minute on Monday. And then on Wednesday, Tiesto DM'd me out of nowhere. I've never spoken with him, never messaged him. And he asked about a song I made with a friend that was literally 3 sounds and one of the simplest songs I've made in a while. And I'm just like, oh man, the whole spirit of this weekend is just how simple and fun making music can be. And so I was like, you know what? We got to make this happen. And it really felt like the stars aligned. So just very grateful to be able to do this with so many homies in the chat. And, apologies for doing this last minute. But if anyone is free, Sunday, 12 p.m. Pacific, I guess that would be 9 p.m. European time, come back, hang out. And yeah, this weekend it's been one of my favorite weekends of the whole year. I think this is the 5th year we've done this. So really cool. And I'm just kind of curious. Can you give me a thumbs up in the chat if this is your first year doing this? I'm just curious. Give me a thumbs up. Nice, amazing. And if you've done this before, amazing. Oh, this is so fun, sick. And if you've done this before, give me a heart, either visually or in the chat. Give me a heart if you've been here before. Nice, dude. I love this blend of thumbs ups and hearts. Amazing. Ellie, what's up? Unreal. Cool. Sweet. Really excited. The cool thing, whether you've done this before or not, I think this is one of the reasons why I got so excited about the Tiesto thing. I mean, that was just so surreal. But the challenge that we're going to do today, the lesson, for people who are more experienced, I, it's just crazy. Like I've done this challenge for 5 years, and I still the song that Tiesto liked is essentially what we're going to be doing today. And it's just so crazy because we can learn so much as producers and take in all of this knowledge. There's really an endless rabbit hole for us to go down. And yet I just keep on coming back to simplicity and the power of it. It's insane. I'm kind of curious. Can you put in the chat? I want to get a sense of who's here. What is your experience with making music? Have you just started? Never made a song before? Been doing it for years? You can put as little or as much as you'd like, but definitely curious to catch a vibe. Medium, 15 years, 1 year, pretty beginner, 10 years, long time, zero, downloaded Ableton today. Kristen, let's go. New as fuck. Sammy, amazing. Will the recording be available? 100%. I will send it out. It'll be on YouTube. Check your emails. Yes, just started a few months in. Perfect timing. 1 year in. Never made a song. Let's go. Just started this year. Still haven't made a song. Unreal. Beginner. Yes, this is so awesome. I love the range of experience. 6 months. Some people who have more experience just started to finally learn properly after years of opening/closing. Yes, Mitchell. Let's go. I'm so glad you're here. Amazing. Dude, also just shout out that there's like almost 300 people in this Zoom who are all just willing to nerd out on Ableton. Like, oh, it just makes me so happy. So yeah, I think before I go too deep on any music stuff, I just want to talk about what I feel is the fundamental challenge of making music. Um, and that is our own minds. I feel like the way that we hold ourselves back, judge ourselves, or even censor ourselves is what truly makes making music incredibly challenging. I think like a good metaphor might be singing too. Like everyone here can sing, but it's like a matter of judgment whether you're willing to sing or not. Like anyone here, like can make noise with their mouths, but it's such a scary, vulnerable thing to do that you probably would be afraid to do it, for at least many people. And I feel like with making music, obviously it's related to singing, but I think even with what we do as producers on the computer, I think the actual clicks and mouse strokes required to make a song are not that hard. It can be a little overwhelming at first. And I think there's so much possibility that is a little scary. But when you learn the simple things that can make a song, I really wholeheartedly believe that it's not that difficult until your brain comes in and starts judging the shit out of what you do. And I'm curious. By the way, how's my internet connection? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. I know sometimes it's like a little laggy. Okay, sweet. So yeah, just I think a big theme for this weekend is to not give a fuck. The more that you can channel that energy, the more unstoppable you really become. Because, it's like, oh, I really want to be a singer. Well, I mean, you can just sing. And then it's a matter of like, do you identify as a singer or like that sort of thing? And it's like, who cares what you sound like? If you like singing, sing. So I feel like, in the spirit of just like making noise and not being judgmental, I want everyone to unmute and just sing for a moment with me. And you can just sing whatever you want. And I'm just gonna start. La 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 la. Everyone unmute, sing with me. La la la. La 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 la.
Striped sweater.
La la la.
He's like a melody in my
All right. Thank you guys so much. That's so wonderful. I'm gonna sample all of this. Yes, dude. That's so good. So you've all sung, which I think I'm blushing a little bit. Singing is so freaking scary. And you all just essentially sang in front of 300 people, which sounds terrifying. So if you can do that, like making music on the computer, easy. Um, I'm curious though, in terms of grappling with self-judgment, who put it in the chat? Like, what's been your experience with that, and if you feel like you're in a really good place and that you're normally not too hard on yourself, feel free to mention that. If you feel like your mind, self-judgment, being critical sometimes creeps in one way or another, feel free to comment about it. I'm super curious. Let's see. I'm teaching singing. Sarah, let's go. Maybe I'll hit you up. I need to get back into singing lessons. I was good. I was doing them for a bit. So fun. A whole concert we had. Yes. Don't overthink. Consistent back and forth battle with loving what I make and hating all my ideas. Feel you. Feel you. Jonathan, also great to see you, man. Ryan, I feel like I don't know what's good anymore. Honestly, I've been doing this for a while. This whole DJ producer thing. I still don't know. I don't even know if it's objective. Max, making yourself uncomfortable is the entire point. Dude, that hits so hard for me. I was hanging out with some German homies and we were talking about these ideas, and I got we were talking about this, and the homie was like, yo, there's a saying in German for this, and it's der Weg ist wo die Angst ist, which I believe means the path is where the fear is. And I don't know, I just think there's so many things that the things that you're the most afraid of are probably going to end up being the most fulfilling, and maybe the things that you need to face head on. Fear, such an interesting emotion. Bailey, make music, stop giving a fuck. Constant overthinker, overthinking too much, trying to push through. Perfectionism, fear of being bad after putting in effort. It's been pretty tough, but I'm getting through it. I'm super hard on myself. Queen of overthinking right here. So it's just interesting. Like, I think so often we can be very self-critical and overthink a lot of stuff, maybe with good intentions. Maybe we, think that if we are looking in the mirror with a critical eye, we might be able to improve ourselves. And I'm sure there's many things in life where that's really true. If you're, yeah, it's like there's utility in it for sure. But I think when it comes to music, that energy I feel like is really unproductive, because so much of creating music requires something to come out of us. And if we are judgmental, then we'll often restrict that process. And I think, it's funny for me coming from California, where I grew up, to Berlin, where I feel like Berlin is often regarded as a place where people have very refined and particular tastes. But I believe that you can have a very refined and awesome taste without needing to channel negativity or criticism and that sort of negative judgmental energy. Because, like, for instance, as a DJ, if you're playing 1 hour, you're only going to be able to play so many songs within those 60 minutes or whatever amount of time you have. And if you have a bunch of songs and you simply just choose the songs that excite you the most, you're going to end up curating an experience that really makes you happy and songs that you really love. And it would be very inefficient and unproductive to instead think of all of the millions and millions of songs that you don't want to play in that hour. If you walked around being like, I'm not playing that, I'm not playing that, you would spend your whole life choosing songs that you don't want to play, and it just wouldn't be useful. And I think the power of, I don't know, music, when it lights you up, when it makes you feel something positive, is just so undeniable. And I think we as artists can really just, I feel like my approach, and I hope you can take this to heart this weekend, is let's create without judgment. when we're creating, we have no objectivity on how good or not good the thing we're making is. And then at the end, if you make a bunch of things, is there anything there that pops out to you? And maybe I heard this Skrillex quote recently where he said sometimes his favorite songs are made from combinations of ideas that he started. And it's kind of funny, like, is there anything positive that pops out to you, whether it's the whole song or an idea from one track, etc.? And I just think that's just so much more productive, so much more productive. And to speak about self-judgment, I don't know if you guys saw it, but I posted this Instagram story. Dude, it's something that's a lifelong thing we all grapple with. So when Tiesto DM'd me, and it's just so funny that I can say this because it really doesn't sound like a real thing. But when he messaged me, he was asking about a song that he heard in someone's Instagram reel. That was an unreleased track of mine, a track I made with Don Jamal. Shout out Jamal. And I hit him back with a playlist of tunes. He wanted the download link. I instead sent a big folder of tracks. And one of the tracks that was in there was a song that I was really insecure about and had at the bottom of the playlist. And I made it a year ago. I played it one time in November. During I opened for Bad Boombox in London and played it early in the night before many people showed up and was like, it's fine. It just doesn't, I don't know, didn't really excite me and didn't light me up. And for some reason, I threw it into the playlist for Tiesto just because I thought, no, I'll just spam him with a bunch of songs. I think there was like 40 tracks in the playlist. And it was at the bottom and he downloaded it. And it's just crazy. Like I've been a touring professional DJ producer for it'll be 15 years next year, which is crazy. And I've released hundreds of songs. Can't count how many I've made total. And I still can't call it. It's like I still never know. You never know. And I think one basic reason, beyond just the inevitable sort of ability for us to be our own toughest critic, when you're making a song, you're listening to it over and over again for a long time. Could be for a whole hour, for several hours, for days, weeks, months, years. And it's like, if you listen to any other amazing song over and over again, you would definitely get sick of it, right? So give me a thumbs up if that resonates. And we just got to let go of judging our own music. It's just not helpful or productive. And we could always be wrong. We could always be wrong. I think one last thing that I just want to say in terms of mindset stuff. I just really don't feel like music has like an objectively good or not good scale. It's so personal. And I'm sure that, like my favorite way to think about this is I'm sure some people can relate. When I first was exposed to dubstep, I was not the most into it. And I think there were many years where I sort of dismissed it as a style of music that I didn't like. And, honestly, a defining moment was for me to move to Boulder, Colorado. And Denver has such a big dubstep scene and making so many new friends who are part of that world. It's, it just hooked me. And yeah, there were definitely some very close people in my life who showed me dubstep, who got me really into it. And yeah, I don't know. I love how you can go from dismissing music to then falling in love with it. And I'm curious, has anyone experienced that where you didn't like some music and then maybe you heard it live or a friend showed it to you in a new way and it changed your perception of it? It's like our own taste is so malleable. And I think in general, whether it's your taste or someone else's, when it comes to music and the judgment of it, I think this is another really important thing. Whenever you get negative feedback, critical feedback, or a non-reaction, you should always, always take it with a grain of salt because that person could always be, biased because of their own taste. This happens all the time. Like if you play someone a really high energy song, right when they've woken up and maybe they're hungover, haven't eaten yet, not feeling good, and you play it really loud, it's like you'd be like, please turn off that music. I do not like this at all. It's like that's such a context thing versus you play the same song the night before when the vibes are incredible and someone might react totally differently. So all of this stuff, when we get negative feedback, we cannot make it a value judgment on what our song is, on how good it is. Dude, like I've had times give me a thumbs up if you've heard of the house music label Dirty Bird. I'm curious who's heard of that. Sweet. Dirty Bird, big American house label, played a huge part of my career. And you know, released so much inspiring music. And I sent them a track that they rejected, and that was in 2016. And 4 or 5 years later, I resent the same track and they signed it. And it came out. The song is called Want. And yeah, it's such a joke, right? It's like you get rejected, you think, oh, this song sucks. Well, it's like you just send it again in a few years. You just never know. It's just so crazy. And I think negative feedback, everyone has their own taste, everyone's biased, and it doesn't really matter. It's like it doesn't really matter. Like, especially if anyone here wants to perform and DJ and play your songs, like some of my favorite performances have been in rooms of 20 people, 50 people, 5 people, just the homies. And it's like, if those 5 people like the song, I don't care about anyone else in the whole world. And it's like a lot of underground dance music. It's okay if other people don't like it. It doesn't really matter. So I hope that, and I know that can be difficult when maybe you get feedback from someone who you really respect, a close friend who you really admire their taste. And sometimes people try to give negative feedback because they want to help you and they think, oh, they know your talent and potential and think, if you change this and this, it'll be amazing. But that person could always be wrong. And at the end of the day, as artists, there is no right or wrong. It's your music. Some of my favorite artists in the world across all time break rules and do shit that like people couldn't fucking understand. And I just think at the end of the day, if you are having fun making music, if you are expressing yourself authentically, nothing else matters. And what's cool, I'm a big believer that what goes into the music is what people will feel. So if you're having fun and being yourself, then there will be someone on the other side of a speaker who will hear that and hear that energy. And you will find someone who has that connection. And it's just, I think like on a, really deep energetic level, it's truly inescapable. If you're having so much fun and you show someone your song and you're like super excited, there is someone out there who would receive that. Yeah. Does that resonate with anyone? Amazing. Okay, cool. Yeah, I feel so strongly about this. And one last thing that I want to say is I feel like in the time that I've been an artist, I haven't always been so happy-go-lucky and cheerful. And I think there's been times where I felt very discouraged and challenged. And the longer that I've done this, I realize that the more we come back to having fun and enjoying it, the more nothing else fucking matters. And you become kind of invincible, just like the way I think like a good energy is like how a golden retriever or like a 4-year-old child plays. Like if you see a child, like a 4-year-old child will just sing and like make the stupidest sounds you've ever heard and is not self-conscious at all. And it's like that sort of energy, I think, is the most inspiring, where you're just, when you're truly present with yourself and having fun and expressing yourself authentically, then you truly let go of your, of the concerns of what other people think. It's when you lose that presence and give space for those like intrusive thoughts about oh, what will this person think? You lose the fun immediately. So I hope my internet connection is hanging up. Can I get one more thumbs up if if this is like manageable? Okay, amazing. Let me read some comments. I will never forget your Shambhala set this year, and my friends and I had so much fun. Oh, that makes me so funny. Love that. Love that. Yeah, dude. And it's funny that that set. I played this festival at Shambhala. I spent the whole day of that festival. I got in the day of, spent the whole day making music with random homies in the artist area, and I made 3 songs with 3 different artists who I'd never made music with any of them. And I got to play all 3 songs in that set. And it's funny because normally that's like a pretty uncommon thing for me to make 3 songs in a day, period. But um it's funny because normally when I have a big festival set, I would spend up until the very last minute, getting my songs together and, that sort of thing. And I just had so much fun making music. It was with Duskus and then It's Murph and Mind Chatter. And dude, it was just so fun. And, I was pretty surprised that these artists were down to like make music with me in the artist area, especially because we were like backstage behind some other big sound systems. So it was like impossible to hear. We were just on headphones, but I make all my music on these headphones. And it was just so fun. We were just having a blast. Each artist had such a different energy and it was just so fun. And then I went up and DJ'd that night and I just didn't prepare at all, but was just excited. And it was so fun. So it's like, I don't know, just, I'm a big believer in having fun. And I think if we prioritize having the fun, we will never waste a moment making music if we're enjoying the process. And ironically, we're also the most likely to make great music when we're really enjoying it, having fun, versus doubting ourselves, censoring ourselves, second guessing ourselves. None of that energy is very inspiring to me. And it's not the energy you would want to dance to. You wouldn't want to dance to someone who's judging you. You wouldn't want to dance, it's like you want to dance like no one's watching, and be free. Sending the first track out into the void is the hardest part. How do you deal with the moments when you are feeling down or not at 100%? So that's a really good segue. I feel like let's talk about making music. When it comes to making music, the easiest way to turn off all of the critical thinking is to intentionally make a shitty or stupid song. If you actively try to make a stupid song, you're going to turn off the self-judgment. And this is an example that I feel like is a really intense example of what that means. But I played this out at a at a party in Miami. There was like 50 people, which is a lot, but here's a song I made that is like an example of this concept. Here, let me just make sure my screen is okay. Yo, check. Can you guys hear me still? Give me a thumbs up. Bailey, good to see you. Okay. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. One more time. Check. 1, 2. Okay, just latency. I'm gonna play a little bit of the song. That was me just doing exactly that, turning off all of the judgment and just being a total idiot. I need to fart. Fart. Recording. Okay, so you get it. Also, I should have asked, give me a thumbs up if you heard the fart song. Did it come through the speakers? Okay. So sorry that you guys had to listen to that, but I actually played it. I have a video somewhere on my computer. My desktop is super disorganized. Can I find it? It's pretty dumb. I'm not seeing it. Maybe some other time. But I did play it, and people danced, and some people were like, what the hell is this? But there were a few people who were like laughing and actually dancing. And I mean, I was dying laughing. I thought it was so funny. Especially just like in the moment. Is that the song Tiesto liked? No, I need to send that. Uh, that is so good. But yeah, so do you guys see like that's what it can mean to really double down on not giving any sort of fuck whatsoever. And obviously, when you really do that, like that was such a fun song to make. I didn't spend years working on it. I spent, I don't know, like 10 minutes. But it was so fun. Balls song. Yeah, I made a song called Balls that was a similar sort of idea. And then John Summit started playing it and played it at an arena in LA for like tens of thousands of people. Yeah, and same thing, just such a silly song. Okay, so that is my answer to that question. So I think use this weekend to stop giving a fuck and make noise without any judgment. And I think you can lean into making your own fart song if you want to. But even if you are trying to make a song that, feels less of a joke, if you can bring that energy of not giving a fuck how good or not good your song is, what other people will think, the more you can lean into that, the better. Because the key for learning how to make music is to do it, to make music. And not only just to start songs, but to finish songs. And if you don't, if you are super self-critical, then you'll never finish your song. And the irony is finishing songs, we can all say that a song is finished. There's no rule, there's no dictionary definition of when a song is done or not. I think as a DJ, I think what really sort of does it for me is I just want to play my songs. And getting a song to be playable on the dance floor is super doable, super doable. And tonight I will show a demonstration for how to make a song real quick that you can play. And it's very much rooted in dance music tradition. And the way that I'm going to show you is essentially how I made the song that Tiesto liked. And that song, there's like a ton of amazing DJs who've been playing it and who've downloaded it. Very different from Tiesto also, but lots of very cool underground DJs and stuff like that. So, all right. So give me a thumbs up if you're ready to shift gears and let's look at Ableton. Okay, sweet. Amazing. So excited. Let's run it. So, I am going to show a reference for what we're going to do today. Making music on the computer is very scary sometimes because there's infinite things that you can do, infinite sounds, infinite layers. But when people used to make house music and techno back in the day, people were very limited. And I'm curious, Jeff Mills' studio, like, what did it look like in the 90s? I wonder if we can see any pictures. Yeah, so like, let's look at this big here. Ooh, that's a nice picture too. Let's look at this. Oh, that's him DJing. Okay, let's look at this. So this lots and lots of equipment, but he only has, I don't know, like even this, it's like he has like a few these things. It's like maybe a dozen pieces of equipment. It's not like hundreds or thousands. And a lot of his songs are probably made with just a few. What do we got here? Here's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some, just a handful of things. And he's probably making some amazing song. Jeff Mills, give me a thumbs up if you know who he is. He's like one of the godfathers of techno. He's awesome. He is really well known for using what's called the Roland 909 drum machine. And so much amazing music has been made with this drum machine. Give me a thumbs up if you've heard of the Roland 909. Sweet. If you haven't, you're about to hear it. So this piece of equipment came out, I think in the 80s, late 80s maybe. And if we were going to go buy one, I'll show you what it looks like first. Roland 909. let's see. And let's do eBay and like do original. Just to
Is this what the dudes in Chicago discovered house music with?
totally
Just fucking around with this thing?
100%.
That's sick.
And so this is it. And yeah, if you want to buy one, it's, you know, this one is 5,000 euros. And just the cool thing is this is the ultimate irony. People would spend $5,000 for this piece of equipment, which is great because it's a piece of history, it's timeless, it's classic. But Ableton comes with a free version of this sound. And if you use these sounds, it will sound like you used a $5,000 drum machine. They're, at the end of the day, not that distinguishable. And I think so much, my big philosophy around simplicity, and this is where beginners and more experienced producers are going to converge. It's about using these simple tools to make people dance. And Jeff Mills is the master of it. Here is a crowd with thousands of people, Awakenings Festival 2016. I'll play a short snippet. And he is not playing any recorded music. He is just jamming on this one piece of equipment, which has like 10 drum sounds, very limited. And here is what it sounds like. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear this. Awesome. So I know it's not the best quality, and maybe it's not the easiest to see, but I love this video. It just captures how raw and I don't know, just timeless this drum machine is. It's crazy. And there's lots of videos of him. He's still like doing lots of jams at shows nowadays. This is from this year, and he's just the legend. He's just the best. He's so good. I love how you can hear people cheering while he's just playing it. And I love how he one thing that makes him so masterful is how he can do so little and exhibit so much restraint, and it creates so much tension and kind of leaves you on the edge of your seat, and you're just waiting for him to slam everything in. But you know, that's sort of the art behind less is more. And I'll play a little bit more. Let's see. And right now he's like teasing everyone. He's not even giving everyone the full beat, and you can still hear all the cheers and the tension. And it's funny because if you listened to the audio recording of what he's doing, you might say that is not a finished song. That is not a complete song. That is not a real song. That's an idea. But you'd be so wrong. I mean, in terms of making people dance and scream, it's like, it's about how you use these sounds, and you don't need to do a lot. Give me a thumbs up if this is resonating with everyone, to kind of just see how little you need to do. Okay, sweet. So the challenge for this week, for this weekend, is to make a song and use the 909. For anyone who's done this challenge before, 10 minutes before this lecture started, I updated my JJ 909 preset, and so I'll send this out, but new and improved, hopefully. And this 909 preset is, I'll send it out to everyone so everyone will get it, but it is the 909 preset from Ableton 9, so from quite a few years ago, but with a couple small tweaks. The newer 909 is also great, but it's more complicated. Like, they added more features to it on the newer Ableton, and I think it can be more overwhelming. And this one, I just feel like, is more simple, and just immediately, like you don't need to turn knobs and mess with it. It's just like, it's super nice. And I think all the knobs that are shown are ones that you can have fun with. But this is the drum machine that we're going to use. Let me double check my audio. So give me a thumbs up if you can hear the drum sounds of the 909. I'm going to click through them. Can you guys hear this? Okay, amazing. Oops. Okay. So on Ableton, I'm going to go slow at first just to make this really easy for anyone who's brand new. But so in Ableton, this is, how we make music. Essentially, we create different instruments in this sort of like view, and we can right click. There's two kinds of tracks. These horizontal things are tracks. There's audio tracks, which are used for things like vocals or if we record stuff. And let me just show that. Let me record a vocal real quick so you can understand how to do that. So input, we need to do external microphone. But all we got to do, check, okay, is click the record button. And I'll click play or this button. Balls. Okay, sweet. So now I've recorded my vocal, and this is an audio track. Audio tracks have these waveforms. Balls. And what's cool is, by the way, with Ableton, where you hover your cursor changes the way that you click on stuff. So if my cursor is down here, it helps me select the time. Balls. If I click up here, the cursor turns into a hand and I can drag this around. If my cursor is on the sides, I can use this to expand or shorten these clips. And balls. So let me just show how this stuff works. If we grab stuff by highlighting, if you hold down the command button, you can grab things more precisely. And, I can just copy and paste using Control-C, Control-V, or Command-C for Macs. And I can just copy things around. And just to show it, so this is an audio track. We'll be using a bunch of these, but I can just copy these and let's see how this beautiful idea sounds. Balls. Sweet, awesome. And you can have so much fun with even just this alone so that, you can go really zoom in and make things really fast. And one of my favorite buttons is Command D, which if you highlight something, it just duplicates it. And then you can do, yeah, you can go real fast. Balls. Yeah, and you can do anything. You can just copy and paste. If you click and hold, you can just drag shit around like crazy. And let's listen to this, to all these sounds. It's going to be so interesting. Balls. Fire. Okay, sweet. So that's an audio track. We'll come back to those, but those are really good for vocals and samples. So if we want to sample someone else's vocals or drums, it's any audio, whether it's a voice memo on your phone, an MP3 from your DJ collection, this is what is used. The other type of channel is called a MIDI track. And if you right click here, I'll just show it from scratch, right click, insert MIDI track. MIDI tracks are used for instruments that we can draw the notes, and that includes drum machines. So I'm going to search JJ909 2025. It's a huge deal. New update. So here's the JJ909, and I'm going to rename this MIDI track, Command R 909. You can also right click to rename things. And I'm going to show you guys how to create a new drum beat with this drum machine. And here's the cool thing. I'm going to make a song today very quickly using just one audio track for vocals and one MIDI track for drums. So Jeff Mills, he's got me beat because he can make people dance with just the 909. I'm going to use a vocal as well. And you don't need to, but I think vocals can make things a lot easier. And hopefully we'll see why. So let's start by adding some drums. So the first thing we need to do is create a clip, because right now it's just blank open space. And this is one of the most confusing parts of Ableton, I think, is creating a blank clip. And in my experience, the best way to do this is to highlight the area that you want a clip and do Shift Command M. So that's one of the hardest key commands, Shift Command M. Another thing you can do is you can just double click. And you know what? That's actually easier. I didn't even know that it would do the whole thing. So just double click. That's so much easier. I love how I'm learning. Okay, I genuinely didn't know that it would do that. Okay, sick. So if you just double click, it creates this empty clip where we can add notes. And another thing that we can do, just so that we can hear our idea on repeat, if we click the clip that we just made, you can see that it's being highlighted. If we click Command L or press this button, it loops the section. So, and just to show you, I'm going to put one drum sound in. Let's put like a little crash. Sweet. It just keeps on repeating. And this is great because we can add notes and hear the idea come together. Another pretty important thing is the BPM in the top left, which will show our speed. Okay, sweet. So what's so funny is that is all the beginner information. Now I'm going to move to information that both beginners and experienced producers will directly benefit from. And this is, sort of this is where we really, will uncover the important things that make a simple song work. Because I think you can have a simple idea, but it might not feel good. And my goal with all of you today is to show how to make a simple idea feel good in ways that hopefully carry no matter what kind of genre of dance music you want to make. I do feel like these ideas really translate across all genres. But in particular, we're going to talk about 4 to the floor music. So like house and techno. And use that as the starting point. So for house and techno, the loudest and most important song to get people dancing is called the kick drum. And what I'm going to do also, just so that you guys can, for anyone who's newer, there's this plugin called Mini Meters, which I really like, which helps show on the screen what I am doing. So if I play a kick drum, that's the kick drum. And here, let me just double check the settings. Let me do Mini Meters plugin and perfect. Okay, sweet. So this waveform does this look, here, I'm going to press play. It's the exact same thing as like Record Box or Serato, where you can see the shape of your song. Give me a thumbs up if that looks familiar to people. Okay, sweet. My connection is unstable. Let me just double check. Can you guys hear me okay? Am I coming back? Okay, awesome. Sorry for the bad connection. All right, so when we're making a track for the dance floor, the most important sound that gets people moving is the kick drum. And that Jeff Mills video that I played, it shows that when the kick drum plays by itself, people will dance. And this 909 kick drum, it is incredible. So the way that we program drums and create ideas is using this grid. And where we place notes, we place notes by double clicking, and that creates patterns. So if I just click randomly on a bunch of things, already we are creating music and rhythm. Now I'm going to show you what the most important foundations are for house and techno. And that's first, the kick drum on every beat. And the beats are noted by the change in these colors. This dark column is beat 1. Lighter one is beat 2. It also says 1.3, 1.4. And by doing this, it's also every 4 spaces is one of the beats. Awesome. And the BPM is 142. That's 142 of these beats every minute. So that's kind of what that means. And with the kick drum, this by itself will make people dance, especially in Berlin. If you throw a kick drum on with nothing else, people will be dancing. And if Berlin people can back me up on that in the chat, that would be super helpful. The next most important thing. So these frequencies, by the way, the red frequencies show the bass. So that's that low end. When you're in the club and you hear that, it just, the room is shaking. But so this kick, the problem with it, but it's after a while, do you guys see how there's this open space between the kick drums? There's a lot of darkness between. Often what we use to fill that space is bass, or in this case with the 909, and this is what Jeff Mills does, he uses toms. So if we put some toms in, and I'm just going to put a bunch, just like kind of crazy, these toms will fill the space in between those kick drums, and the pattern will look a lot more full. And let's listen. So this, by itself, I could play this as is in the club and people would dance. And that's essentially what happened with the song that Tiesto likes. I love that Tiesto, it's like Tiesto and Jeff Mills. That's who we're talking about today. So these toms, and if it's the same idea as a bass line, the sort of function of the bass is to fill space between the big, short kick drums. And one thing that's really important for people who are more advanced is the kick for house and techno should be louder than the bass or the toms. If your toms are louder than your kicks, it's going to sound like your kicks are really quiet in the club. And it'll sound cool, but you won't get that same impact. And just, by the way, I think like all of these rules that I'm kind of laying out, they all can be broken, but I think it's better to learn the rules before you break them. So here are the toms. I've included, or the way I've organized this drum machine. So there's two different kicks. I would choose one or the other. And you can choose which one you like. For the toms, the tom number 1, I put a little star next to it because it's really important. I think these toms, they get higher in pitch. And the higher in pitch, the less bass, the less low end. And if we did this pattern, this would still be groovy, but it wouldn't have the bass, the low frequencies that we want to really shake the dance floor. So let's listen to this. It's fine, but it's not going to give us that heavy, like bouncy feeling. It's bouncy, but it's not going deep and low. So let's just compare. So here's the high one. That difference right there is really impactful, but we can use the high ones, in combination with the low ones, and I'll show that. So I think as long as you have some low frequencies, it's fine. And so here's like a mixed pattern. But if your song isn't feeling good, a couple of the problems that you could be having are maybe you have too much open space. To me, that sounds more like an intro. Another problem could be, maybe it's just too busy, too complicated. Simplifying, maybe, I think this pattern is fine, but we can make things so simple. And here's an even more simple idea that I think will be even more effective. Super simple. I think that to me is a stronger musical idea than, like me going crazy and adding like all these. Like that one's cool, but I think the way that this will groove on the dance floor is just so nice. And I think a basic rule of thumb, if you wanted a rule, is even if you just have one tom in between every kicks, you'll probably come up with a pattern that's pretty nice. I think it's also important to note just like where you place these can change the feel. So maybe that's a little less funky, but let's move one of them around. Sweet. Like, I think that's a little better. Let's try this. So much of making music is about just throwing things at the screen. By the way, when you double click, you add a note, you can use the arrow keys to move things around. So let me just pause right here. Give me a thumbs up if you're following along and seeing the potential of just using the 909. Okay, amazing. Awesome. And like I said, even if you've done this challenge before, it's so nice to come back to and get a refresh on how simple something can be. You can start with this, and if you're a more experienced producer and you want to try adding synths and stuff, you can, but I would really use this weekend to challenge yourself to see how little you need to do. But these skills of writing a tom pattern with a kick, they directly translate to writing a bass line. So if you can do this, you can write a bass line. I really like that pattern. So once you have kicks and toms, the next most important thing, there's only 2 more things. We are literally 50% done with the whole song. The next 2 important things, the first of those is the hi-hat. And the proof that this sound is important, Connor, good to see you, dude, has anyone heard music that sounds like this? Unts, 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 unts. Give me a thumbs up if you've heard that before. So all unts, unts, unts is the kick and the hi-hat. And for techno, especially, we don't even need any other drum sounds. Let's just listen. So this hi-hat, really important. So this is one of the most important things. Just how I mentioned the kick for house and techno, you want it on every beat for that genre. Yes, you can have broken beat techno, but this pattern is kind of like the foundation. The foundational hi-hat pattern plays in between every kick drum. So here's kick, hi-hat in between. And I've labeled these hi-hats in a way that I think could be helpful, but I'll just start with this main one, main hat 1. And I'll put this here between every beat. And do you guys hear how that one drum sound creates so much movement and energy? And I want you to just imagine being on the dance floor. The kick and the toms come in. And then let's listen to what happens next when the hi-hat plays. Let's say big build up. Shh. And then out of the silence comes the kick and the bass. It's super simple, right? But do you guys give me a thumbs up if you can hear how just the addition of that hi-hat, it's immediately like, okay, it's time to dance. And I would call this pattern, this position, I call it the upbeat. The kick is the downbeat, and the upbeat is halfway between the downbeats. This upbeat hi-hat is like the most essential drum pattern, to give people that groove. And what's cool is, by the way, if you click on these squares, you can select all of the notes that are on them here, because here are the drum sounds. And if we select all of them, we can use the arrow keys to move them up and down. So I just want you guys to listen to this. I'm going to start with the low hat, go to this mid hat, and then go to the high ones. And just hear how the energy increases as I move them up and up. So the difference between all these hi-hats, especially 1 through 4, is that they are progressively getting longer. I'm sorry, longer. And this is one of the details that you really feel on the dance floor, but the listener might not realize it. So give me a thumbs up if you could feel that energy shift as the hi-hats got longer and shorter, right? So this is one of the other like fundamental aspects behind making a track. It's like, just to kind of like revisit with when you're making a song, it's so easy to have so much happening that you don't even realize, what's happening with that upbeat hi-hat? Do you feel it? How long is it? If you have lots of drum sounds, it can kind of sometimes feel messy or lost, and you might lose the presence of that one drum sound because you've added so much. Does the kick feel good by itself? Does the bass fill the spaces between the kicks? These are all kind of the basic questions with just 3 sounds, kick, toms, hi-hat, that if you nail this, you don't need, it's like your foundation is so incredibly solid and you might not need to do much else. And for this example, just to show you, I could literally make a banger with just these 3 sounds and moving these hi-hats around. And I'll show you. So I think to do this, I will need a vocal. And so, dude, by the way, Ableton, I just got the update where you can rip acapellas out of tracks, and it's insane. So, geez, it's crazy. So I'm going to this is going to be a little bit more. I'm going to show like doing a remix in just a second. But before I get to that, let's go back to the balls idea. Just, for anyone who, if you have a computer, you can record your own vocals and you could literally, rap into your computer and make a track like this. So this is, let me just create a little bit of a moment here just to show how fun and silly this is. Balls. Okay, sweet. So this song is now like, I don't know how long that would be if I like really structured it out, but I feel like in that jam, I could keep going and easily just make like a 3-minute track just playing with balls and this 909. And I know I did that pretty quickly, but let me just pause So, like, you know, this is the power of building a really strong foundation. Once you have that foundation in a really solid way, the rest of the process becomes super, super easy. A couple of the big hacks with this process is we're sticking to just the 909. If I went and tried to get a bunch of random drum sounds, this process would take at least another 20 minutes of me like finding the different sounds, making sure they all fit together, making sure they're a good volume. And ironically, if we take the shortcut and use the 909, it will sound so much more timeless because it sounds like we're using the 5,000 euro drum machine. So it's very counterintuitive because a lot of people, they download Ableton, they think that they need to get a bunch of sounds and buy a bunch of fancy things. But Ableton comes with the drum machine that I just used. It comes with it. And the key is instead of being overwhelmed by all the amazing things that are out there, is to realize like, oh, if I just use these sounds, then I will sound like I have a really fancy piece of equipment. And then it becomes about understanding what are the most important building blocks for the groove and the song. Does that make sense? Okay, sweet. So, what version of okay, so yeah, it's super fun. And the I want to talk real quick about why the idea that I just made works. And I think what I just played, I could 100% play in the club and it would work. Can't fire a cannon from a canoe. Got to build the foundation. That's a cool saying. So for making a song, there are here, by the way, give me some thumbs up if you can hear me. My connection keeps on saying it's bad. Can you hear me? Okay, sweet. Appreciate you. There are only 3 essential components to a song, just like there are on Pioneer DJ equipment. There's 3 EQs. I love how on the zones actually there's 4, and I think it's actually kind of fair. So I'm in Europe right now. My Davy boy, he has his zone 92 in front of my computer. I don't know if you guys can see it, but the zone has 4 knobs, and I think we can break it down into the 4 important ingredients of a song. And here, what I'm going to do is I will just write this out. Maybe I'll write it out here in Ableton. So the 4 ingredients that we need a kick, bass, drums, mainly just a hi-hat is the most important thing, and then mids. So the mids could be vocals, synths, guitars, etc. So this song works because it has kick, bass, the drums, and mids being just the balls vocal. Balls. So I think where a lot of people get stuck in making music is the loop. And maybe they come up with a really nice drum groove and bass line, which is 3 out of the 4 parts, but the mids, the vocals, the synths, that is what gives you a song. So for instance, all you need for a song is a vocal. Like you don't need any other things to write a song. Like here's a song that I really love, and I could sing it a cappella without anything else. Just the 2 of us. We can make it if we try. Just the 2 of us. So that song, a cappella, you already know what song it is if you've heard that song before. You don't need anything else. Songwriting, the whole idea of it is really just lyrics and melody. And you can have instrumental music that doesn't have vocals as well, but I think the sounds that are in these mid-range frequencies, it's like the mid-range knob of the EQ, that is what gives you a real song with structure and interesting things happening. And the key, I think, is to, essentially play with contrast of the mids, the vocals getting busier and then more simple. So I think this is a really good example. Getting busy and then getting simpler. And the whole song, as I was making it, it kind of started really simple. And then it got more busy. And then even more busy. And even busier. And, the way I made this was kind of like chronological, but I could be going back and forth between busier vocals and less vocals. So, and the way that gives you so much contrast and dynamics is huge. And then essentially you can do the same thing with your drums. For instance, a big part of dance music is taking your kick and bass away to create a breakdown or a buildup. Look at what happens here when the kick goes away. When the kick and bass go away, it creates all of this tension. And so much of dance music structure is by the kick and bass going away. So this whole example, it's really fun because essentially this whole song, this whole idea, there's no automation, there's no fancy stuff happening. It's just different sounds and patterns getting busier and more complex and then more simple. And you can create so much tension and release by playing with how patterns go from busy to simple. And let me just show one more example. What if I want to create a moment where the drums get really, really simple on the drop. And maybe right before the drop, they go freaking crazy. So let's try this. And here, maybe I'll simplify the vocals on the drop, but let's give this a shot. So here's the 909. Let's take out the kick and the bass. And I'm going to just try to add as much stuff as I can without thinking. And just here, no toms though. And let's see. Yeah, cool. All right. Just as much as possible. And maybe I'll even do some shorter, crazier notes like this. That'll be weird. And here, I'll do some crazy notes here. Okay. Let's listen to this. And on the drop, it'll be simple and it'll be really nice to go from hectic and busy to more simple. Right? So it's funny when a lot of people, they get stuck in the loop mode of just you create this loop, but then playing with things coming in and out it's really satisfying. But if you notice, like the majority of what I did on that track, it never got too busy or messy with the hi-hats. It never got more complicated with the toms. The kick, bass, and hi-hats really played the same pattern for the most part. And the main hi-hat, the unts, 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 just got longer. And maybe the one little thing that's worth highlighting with hi-hats, check. Can you guys hear me again? Sometimes it lags when I share my screen. Nelson, good to see you, bro. Can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up. Let's go. Dude, so just want to show you guys. I think this is one of the things about this update on my 909 that I think is helpful. With these hi-hats, I think the key is making sure the main hi-hat on the upbeats is emphasized. So if you notice this long hi-hat, it never disappears, and these shorter hi-hats kind of play in between it. So it helps keep the emphasis here. And if you look, even visually at the waveforms, so the bigger the shape is, the louder it is, you can see that the main hi-hat visually pops out.
Balls.
Here, let's turn off the balls. Oh, let's mute that Tom. But hopefully you can already see that. Give me a thumbs up if you can see that. That main hi-hat visually cutting through, and the sound sort of matches, where it's like you're getting that emphasis. I think where a lot of people might go wrong with drums is like, if you get too crazy where you don't have this hi-hat, like you can get some very cool patterns. There's no doubt about it. But if you played this idea on loop for 10 minutes, it won't carry the dance floor as well as this. That consistency, it creates this hypnotic quality. I think another thing I see a lot of people do when they're learning is maybe they switch between hi-hats a lot. It's interesting. I would listen to that, but it won't lock me into a hypnotic groove the way the consistent hi-hat will. And this is like a big principle of techno, is the more repetitive, sort of the easier it is to make people dance. Just you get locked into that repetitive groove. Yeah, so I feel like that's a pretty good that might be a pretty good stopping point. I could show the more advanced like vocal stuff. But I kind of I'm tempted to just keep it simple and rather like go to Q&A for a bit, and let's see how that does. But before I do, let me stop my screen share. So, because I know people will probably have to start leaving, and I'll stay on for as long as I can. But I want to say, so guys, this is my favorite part of the whole weekend. So the challenge is to use the 909 to make music. And what we're going to do is I'm going to send out a link where you can submit your songs. You can submit as many as you want, but they have to follow the rules of this challenge, and you have to make it this weekend. But if you're brand new, you can, even if it's like a 30-second thing, I don't care. But try to make as much of a song as you can. And if you can make multiple songs, keep on going. And what we're going to do is you're going to make songs, you're going to send them to me. And then on Sunday, we're going to have a review session and talk about, listening to music, listening through some of the songs. And we're also going to break out into smaller groups to, just like have like a more intimate, safer space for people to meet each other and show each other your guys' songs. And I think it's the best part of the whole weekend, like actually getting to make new friends. So by the way, if you're not able to make a song and you get stuck or you don't have time, you should still come on Sunday and hang out. It's not like you're in trouble for not doing your homework. That is not the vibe here. Everyone is welcome. But it's, getting to meet each other and have that like safe space where, we can support each other and provide each other with some positivity is one of my favorite parts of this whole weekend. So I'll send an email recap with the homework, with my drum machine, and with a submission link. And then you send in your songs. Honestly, you can send them up until 12 p.m. Pacific time on Sunday. So I'm a big procrastinator. Sometimes I make something like right before the deadline and magical things happen. But give me a thumbs up if that sounds fun and makes sense to people. Okay, sweet. So, and it's really funny, like, just how simple this can be. And if you want to go more complex, you're welcome to. But like I said, try to see how simple you can go. Because essentially, I think the key to this challenge is learning how to really keep things interesting with your drums. But also, if you decide to use vocals, what do you use and how do you keep it catchy? And I'll, if I have time, I'll go into that. But I think, it's just crazy because if you're brand new, like balls, one syllable recorded, like I could play that shit and it would feel really good. And, you know, there's just what the irony is, like if you record your own vocals, you'll also be able to release your own music without any issues of samples. And dude, it's so crazy. I think someone did a track, Ashley Angora did a song maybe a couple years ago where she used her own vocals in the 909 and it got signed to Miha's label, Never Be Alone. And yeah, there's so many moments of people who've done this challenge and their songs get played by crazy DJs and stuff. Sean, I don't know if you're here. Are you here, Jonathan? Maybe he was here earlier, but
yeah, I'm still here.
bro, can you just I hate to put you on the spot. Could you just tell us what happened when you made a song for this challenge?
Oh, dude, you're chilling. I made this, oh God, 2022. So that'd be the 4 years ago now, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I put Satisfaction over the 909. It was like a last minute thing. I made the whole beat in like an hour and a half. And then I was like, shit, it needs something else. So I put the Satisfaction vocals over it. And then I sent it to you. And then you were like, a week later, like, I played it with DJ Boring and I want to sign it. And I was like, oh my God, I can do music. And then 4 months later, fucking Tisha played it at the Yuma weekend 2 of Coachella. And then that got picked up by like Danny Howard and the BBC Radio 1 people. And then fucking Ricardo Villalobos played it at time that same year, just nonstop. It went on fucking seems like forever. Just
Dude.
like it felt like the skies opened up.
Dude, it's insane. Insane. Here, I wonder if I can find the video of these shows. I might have to scroll back. But dude, it's Sean, such an inspiring story. And I'm curious, like, do you remember how long? Can you hear me?
Maybe. I think I'm gonna go
Oh, here,
shower.
one sec. Do you remember like how long you spent on the song?
I spent a total of an hour and 45 minutes on it.
And then your song got played at Coachella. What did you think of it when you made
Very
it? Like,
strange.
what did you think? Like, did you think much of it? Did you like it?
No.
What was your perception?
Not one. So I didn't think much of it at all. I mean, for me personally, I think with a lot of other people who are coming in this class, I came in just looking for a kick in the ass to create more and try to find a reason to finish a song. So that's all I really had in my mind. Plus, I think at that time I had a lot of stuff going on in my life, and Thanksgiving was a really hard time. So it kind of gave me a little bit of an escape too, to be able to
Yeah.
like put all of my emotion into something that that productive, and something that I obviously didn't, I shouldn't say obviously, but I didn't think anything of it. I finished the song and I was like, that's kind of cool. That was it. I didn't think it was the best thing I've ever made, but I didn't think it was hot garbage. I just thought it was okay, and I was like, whatever, I'm gonna see where it goes. And from there, therefore it's that actually
Insane.
did like change the trajectory of my music career in general too.
Dude, so crazy. And by the way, I love how like we can have as artists trajectory changing moments in our journeys that take place in an hour and a half or however long it took. And here I found the like sort of the highlight reel of you doing this. Here's Jonathan's song getting played and Sean talking about it also. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear my audio, by the way. Let's see.
What the fuck is happening? And it's just something I made like in my pajamas on Thanksgiving weekend.
That's
Fucking crazy. Insane. I had gotten a tag in the comments from Megan saying like, yo, this is your song. It was just
So crazy.
crazy from there. Ricardo Villalobos, Ariel Free, Danny Howard got played on BBC Radio 1. It's still like in circulation. Like every time I think like
Oh, it's not happening too much anymore. Someone posts a video playing it. Like, what the fuck is happening? And it's just something I made like in my pajamas on Thanksgiving weekend.
Satisfaction.
Cheeky little edit there of classic Benny Benassi. Been going off of my sets. I mean, you can hear why. Absolute banger. Sean Nathan's 909 remix. Sounding good right here.
Insane. So, Sean, thank you so much for hopping up and sharing a little bit about that experience. It's insane. And, you know, like, I don't know. I feel like it's when we make songs, we don't need to put pressure about what's going to happen. What are other people going to think? Sean, when you made that song, I can't imagine you were thinking about like, how's it going to go off on a 5,000 person like festival, right? You were just like making the damn thing, like
Fuck
fucking around,
no.
right?
Oh, not one bit. Literally, I made it in a pair of Sennheiser headphones that I've since lost. I wasn't thinking about how was it going to sound on my phone, how was it going to sound on my computer speakers, let alone like a set of F1s or something like that,
It's
Not one
crazy.
bit. It was purely, like I said, just turning, like Thanksgiving weekend energy into something positive and productive, something that I still play like to this very day. I played a set last week.
Mhm.
Um and I played the song then too, like it's you never know what's gonna happen when you just
Yeah.
fucking sit down and do the damn thing. And especially like I think this is a good message for people who are just starting out with any kind of creative endeavor, let alone music, songwriting, anything at all. You always hear people who have done big things or have so much experience and they say like, "Oh, you just have to do it." And sometimes you think to yourself like, that sounds like a load of bullshit because like I don't know what I'm doing, but truth is as long as you just get your reps in, you will figure it out. Sooner than later something will click. It might it,
100%,
it might
dude.
take, a decade, but it might take a month.
Dude, or
But
an
if you
hour.
you're not gonna get there.
Dude, Sean, really appreciate you sharing that wisdom. So true. And yeah, it's crazy. So I just want it, I love that I saw your name pop up and dude, so lovely to have you back in the mix.
It's so good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, so good to see you too. And I really hope like, you know, I really hope that this hits just like the magic of music, like what's possible. Like with the Tiesto thing, like that could have been anyone's song. It didn't need to be mine. And he found it from like an Instagram reel from a friend of mine who's not a big DJ. And it just popped up on his feed, I guess. And he looked in the comments that it was mine. And it's just crazy. Like, I know there's a lot of pessimism, just in general. There's, definitely so much crazy stuff happening in the world, let alone in just the music industry. So it's like it's easy to feel like hopeless and all this stuff, but I really feel like the more that we connect with the fun and joy of just making music, which dude, when I was making this little balls track, I was having so much fun just clicking around and feeling the energy. It's like when we connect with that emotion, nothing else matters. And simultaneously, we're the most likely to experience magic. And I don't know, it just Sean's story, I feel like really embodies like how fucking crazy something can happen. And it might happen when you least expect it. And I think the more that we can just lean into that energy, the better. For this challenge, but just moving forward. By the way, there's one technical thing that I forgot to talk about, and that's mastering. So when you finish your track, here, let me just momentarily delete all this other stuff. When you finish your track and it has your stuff, what you need to do is highlight your song and then, oh, fuck, I forgot to explain mastering. So to master a song, all you need is a limiter. So just type in limiter. And there's one button that you need to press on this version of Ableton. It's in the corner. turn auto on, and then you move this knob up. And normally, so this knob controls how loud your song will be, essentially. And this yellow knob, this yellow bar, I don't want to go into what it does, but just normally I like it to hit around -6 to -12. I don't like it to go to -24 or to 0. Like I want to see it around -6. Okay, I know it says -9, but it's kind of bouncing around 6. That's fine. And so now that I've mastered my track, I will highlight the song and do Shift Command R. Please send me MP3s because they're more size efficient. And then you bounce it down. You upload it. So this is Balls 909 2025. And then what you should do, send it to me, and then also put it on your USB in Rekordbox. That way you can play it. You can also upload it to SoundCloud, and you can try to DM it to Tiesto. I don't know how good he is on DMs generally, but yep.
I was asking them if that's happening.
Don't forget your name of the title.
It's like, hold on, let me mute. Okay, boom. But yeah, so put your song on Rekordbox. And one thing, I'll talk about how I kind of double check my mastering and mixing. Where did I put the song? Hold on, Balls 2025. Here it is. So let's put it into Rekordbox. I will look at the shape to help make sure that my song is loud enough and that the mix is good. And what I'm looking for is I want the kicks to be these like visible rectangles and the toms or the bass to kind of fill in that space. I don't want the toms to be bigger. And then I like seeing the bright blue hi-hats, and hopefully there should be some nice green shapes from the vocals as well. Let's listen.
So what's gonna happen to? They're gonna arrest me.
We can't hear it, Justin.
Yeah, we can't hear it, Justin.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for letting me know. Technology is not my best. I like to. Yeah, here we go. Okay, now you can hear it. But you already heard the song. I was just listening through it. Honestly, I'm like, yeah, I'd play this for sure.
Balls.
And if we compare to, I don't like comparing tracks to people, but here, like I love DJ ADHD. Let's just see if this is like a comparable vibe. Let's see. Yeah, I like this one a lot.
It up while your feet are stumping and the jam is bumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Bump it up.
Volume wise, feel wise, it's pretty close. Definitely could play the two in the same set. Yeah, so that's that. It's crazy. The 909, this update, I really tried to dial in the volumes and the mix between the sounds so that you don't need to worry about them. I think that's one of the advantages of it. And then it's that plus the limiter that just kind of handles the mixing. You should, I didn't do this. Probably should have considered the volume of the vocals, but it felt like they were fine. But there's no EQs anywhere in this track. I guess there's some kind of in the 909 hidden, but they're not really necessary and you don't need to tweak them. But I did not add any EQs or compressors. Because yeah, when it comes to mixing and fancy technical stuff, the more simple your track is, the fewer elements, the less shit you need to do. And this, you can see, it's literally one audio track, the Balls, and the 909. So that's it. I think that's a really clean place to end this demonstration. And now I'm happy to answer questions. And for anyone who needs to go, I will say farewell. Show up on Sunday if you're free. Send me tunes. I'll send an email with like a submission link. Also, post if you make stuff. post it on Instagram and tag me, and I'll try to share people's tracks. And I feel like that's like another cute way for me to hear what you do. So give me a thumbs up if you heard me. Tag me on Instagram with what you make. I would love to hear, and I'll reshare stuff. Let's go. Oh, yes. Make as many songs. Like fucking send it. Just no fucks. Fart on a track. Whatever. All right. Let's go to some questions. All right, Adit, how are you doing? Good to see you.
Good to see you. Okay, so I have a lot of questions, but I'm gonna keep it down to just one. So there was a moment whenever you were rearranging the drums on this track, and you just said like, "Hey, like, let's just pop it in, like, let's make it crazy." And then you also did the same things with the toms, and from like the screen sharing, it was like you were just placing the toms, and it just landed in places that worked
Yeah.
with the sound. And when I work on music, I'm like literally eyes glued to my computer, like zoomed in, like trying to hit every mark. And you did it in literally less than 30 seconds. And so outside of just like doing it, like, just have fun with it, what do you recommend to being able to make those placements so quickly? Like, are there shortcuts that I'm missing? Like, what's going on?
100%. Great question. And I appreciate you asking because I know I went really quick. By the way, also, I just want to say maybe at the end of this session, for anyone who's still here, for anyone who makes music who wants to share something, give me a thumbs up if you want to do a little song share where everyone shares a song and I'll try to play as many as I can. Okay, sweet. So that should be really fun too. Let me answer your question as best as possible. And because I think essentially, what you're asking about might be regarding like the song structure. Is that fair to say? Like when do things happen?
Yeah, yeah. Because it's like I always have ideas in my head and then I try to put them onto Ableton and it takes me a really, really long time. And then I send them to my other teacher and then I get like a million adjustments. So I'm like, what am I missing in between
Yeah. Well,
to
so
get to like what you created so quickly?
100%. By the way, can you hear me? I know there's just like lag, so I want to make sure
Yeah, I
come
can
through.
hear you. I can hear
Amazing.
you.
Sweet. So, couple things. In terms of you mentioned getting feedback from a teacher, the more complicated your song is, the more difficult it is to get feedback properly. Like this is really simple. So if you make a track with just vocals and a 909 and there's problems, I will be able to very easily tell you where the problems are. But if you sent me a track that's like 50 different synths and like 20 drum sounds and 100 vocals, which happens, it might not be so easy for me to like accurately tell you where the problem is. So I think that, and who knows, maybe there isn't even a problem. It's like it becomes very objective and messy. So I will be very specific to just this stuff. That like in terms of placements, I never changed. Once I came up with this kick and tom pattern, I never changed it for the entire song. This is the like foundation for the whole track, and I never change it. The kick and bass either disappear or they're in, but they never change patterns. And I think there's something really satisfying about a good bass line that just repeats the whole time. So, and I think that's a good rule of thumb is like let's talk about song structure. Like when you write a bass line and a kick pattern, it can just be in. Okay, let me try to make this a little bit easier for you to see. I'm going to delete all these other sounds. So do you see the dots on my Ableton for where the kick and the toms are?
Yeah.
So what happens for the song structure is I create breakdowns by just muting them and then drops by bringing them back in. So breakdown, no kick and bass, drop, the kick and bass come back. Okay. And if we look at the record box waveform, do you see how this breakdown looks? There's not much red and then it comes back. And this is like where people dance. Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think I'm on the right track there. Like that's how I structure my songs. I think it just takes me a while to like get there from like the first idea to me getting to the point where I'm mixing and mastering my track.
100%. And you know, I think it starts with kick and bass. There's other things to discuss, like all these other sounds, but the most important decision is, are your kick and bass in? If they're in, that means people are dancing. Or are they out, which means people are not dancing and they're catching their breath. And when the kick and bass return, it's a moment to start dancing. So that's like the foundation for how we structure our songs in dance music. The breakdown, no kick, no bass. It comes back in on the drop and everyone starts moving. Does that make sense? Just for the low end?
Yeah, that's actually that's so helpful. I never thought about it in like in that way. Like the breakdown is when people are taking a breath. Like I never structured it like that from the dance floor in my mind. So that helps a ton.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And the kick and the bass, they work as a team. If you just have one, it's not often clear if it's a if you just have one, it might not be a drop. Like if I take out the kick but leave the toms in. See how it only feels like a real drop when the kick comes back, you know?
Yeah.
So even though the toms were in, it didn't feel like a real moment to dance because the kick was out. And
It was still like a catch your breath moment.
exactly. And same thing with the toms. If we just have the kick in, people might groove a little bit, but it's not going to feel like a dance party. Like let's listen to this with just the kick for a little bit. Hopefully.
Sounds like what I want at the end or the beginning of a track if I'm DJing, so I can transition effectively.
It sounds like an outro.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. And that's a great way to have an outro is keep the kick in, have the bass out. Same thing with an intro. A lot of techno and stuff you can have both in at the beginning, so it's not really less of a rule, but in general, if you want people to dance, you need the kick and you need the bass filling the spaces. And let me talk to another thing that you sort of asked about. Let's talk about song structure. So one of the things that I did that I didn't discuss, and it's not, I think when you want to make tracks that like really are easy to DJ, the most important thing is to consider phrasing, which is how often do things change? And a good rule of thumb is things should change either every 4 measures or 8 measures. So see how here, I'm going to move this to the beginning. Hold on. See, going to get rid of this blank space. So with these changes, notice how it starts on beat 1 and then every 4 bars, there's a change.
Balls.
So do you see how like when we stick to these 4-bar phrases, everything feels pretty natural, right? So, and what I love about Ableton is you can actually see the program sort of like helps guide you. See how the colors change from this darker gray to this lighter gray at measure 5 and then again at measure 9 and so on, right?
Yes.
So that is super helpful for getting your phrasing right. And if you zoom out too much, it stops being helpful because this is like, 16 bars. This is not necessarily where you need things to change. But if you look, there are changes at the 16 bar thing here and then here. Here it ends. Here it kind of breaks the pattern a little bit, but it doesn't matter too much. But I think if you're doing 3 bars, then 5 bars, then 7, then 2, then half a bar, then things could get things could still sound interesting, but it might be really difficult to DJ. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I do the colors when I'm on Ableton, but I think I zoom in either too much or too little, so then it always messes up my phrasing. So it takes a little while to get back to it.
Another thing you can do is you can right click and set the grid to 4 bars, and then you can see more easily like when things should change. So right click 4 bars. Another little thing, or keep an eye at the numbers. And yeah, and look, if you go off, it doesn't matter. Another thing you can do, whoa, that was crazy. If you highlight an area and hover your mouse, it tells you the length in the bottom. It says 4. And
oh, I see. Okay, cool.
Also, by the way, beginner people, please ask basic Ableton questions as well, because I know I went super fast. So for instance, when I did that jam, I was doing a lot of copying using Command D. When you highlight anything in Ableton and click Command D, it copies it. It could be a whole track. It could be a single note. Another important key command is Shift Command D, and this is one of the best ways to get song structure. So let me just do this real quick. This is something else I should have spoken about. So this is huge for making music. So here I made this build up and a drop, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the build up. I'm going to make this purple, and I'm going to make this purple as well, the fast vocal, just so we can see it easily. And what we can do is if you have a buildup and a drop, a really nice thing to do is to highlight everything. So this is 12 bars. I would rather do 16 bars. Let's see. What if I do this? Okay, 16 bars. Yeah, and maybe I'll grab, let me decide. 12. Let's do this. Okay, so I'm going to grab this whole breakdown, this purple section, and then this whole drop, the blue section. And the command is Shift Command D, which duplicates the whole time. It duplicates everything. You can also go to Edit, Duplicate Time. And this is really important. So give me a thumbs up if you can now see there's 2 breakdowns and drops. There's 2 purple sections. So this is huge because what I can do is in this purple section, maybe I mute everything except the clap. So it gets really simple. And let's listen to that. And then maybe the second time, so I just changed this. I'll make this yellow. And then maybe the second time on the drop, maybe I simplify shit. So I'll take the rides out. I'll take these hi-hats out, and maybe, and I think that's fine. Maybe I'll simplify the vocals as well for four bars. And let's listen to this. So what I just did there, this principle is something I do a lot, where once you get a section to feel good, you can copy the whole thing and then start changing maybe 1 or 2 little details to make it feel different. And honestly, there's times where I don't even change anything. Sometimes I just let the whole thing copy, and maybe it's fine. Like you can use your own judgment to see how much you feel needs to change. But sometimes it's kind of nice when the song just like repeats and you can just enjoy the moment more than once. So there's not really a rule for how much needs to be different. It's sort of up to you. So yeah, so just as a little recap, when you get a good song, when you get a good moment in your song, you can highlight that moment and do Shift Command D to duplicate it, and then maybe you change one thing and then it feels like a new section. Give me a thumbs up if that was helpful for anyone to see. Cool. I
Yeah,
do this
Justin,
so
you
much.
answered my questions so well. Thank you so much. This has been super duper helpful. I really appreciate it.
Amazing. Yeah, my pleasure. All right, let's keep it rolling. And by the way, I saw someone ask, how do you raise your hand? I think I don't know how to do it. How do you do that? I guess it's
Reactions. It's in the middle, next to share.
Beckett. Good looking out. Reactions next to share. Awesome. Appreciate you, dude. All right, let's keep it rolling. Jason, how are you doing, dude?
Yo, what's going on, Justin? Doing well. How are you?
Doing great. So much fun. What's
Nice,
up?
man. Thank you so much for doing this. This has been super valuable. Really appreciate just putting this together and giving so much value away
Of
today.
course. Let's go. Yeah.
Had a question in regards to the 909 kit.
Yeah.
So anytime that I hear toms, like I think about it as like a fill aspect of like a drummer using toms as like a fill
Yeah.
instead of using them as like a bass line like you did today.
Yeah.
Are there certain times that you use this 909 as a bass line, or do you use it ever as a fill, like a tom fill?
Great question. So this example is using it as a baseline. It has the low end required to sort of like act as a bass. Just as an example here, I'm going to show you with like mini meters. Here is like here's a bass sample. So look, hopefully we'll see a waveform appear. Nope. Here, maybe I need to drag it into Ableton. So here's a bass sample. Still not working. Why? Did it crash? Oh, I see. I took it off. I took mini meters off. Hold on. Okay, there we go. So here's a bass sample. So that's a pretty long sample. It doesn't need a bass sound doesn't need to be that long. It could be short. And let's just shorten it for the sake of this example. So that's what a bass looks like. And here's what a tom looks like. Let's find a tom sample. 909 tom. Low. Relatively similar in shape, right? Does that make sense? So,
Yeah.
But if we did the high tom here, if I made this really high, now it's turning into this yellow color, which means less low end. If we looked at the EQ, it'd be the same thing. So as long as the toms are low, then they can function as a bass. And bass, it's the same thing. If it was tuned high, at a certain point, it's not a bass, it's just a synth. So it's all about the pitch, how high versus how low. And this 909 kit, as long as you use the low one that I put a little star next to, tom one, it'll work. And Jonathan's track, many tracks that I've made, it just gets the job done. It totally works. You do not need to add a bass line. Does that make sense?
So yeah, absolutely. So like you're just keeping the bass the same on the same note the whole track.
For this track, I went up to a higher tom once, but I could have just kept it all on the same note. And I think the most important thing, is just to make sure that the low notes are being played. If it was all up here, it's cool, but it might not carry the dance floor as well as some of the notes playing low. Like even this, that would totally work. So if you want to play it safe, just use the low ones. If you want to have more fun, throw some high ones in there. But at the end of the day, dude, if you like it,
yeah, if it makes you dance,
yeah,
and keep it in.
100%.
Is there ever a time that you'll take out the tom and like actually put in some sort of a synth bass or sub bass instead?
All the time. And you can use these ideas for bass lines, like these patterns. but yes, this is just an example, this challenge is inspired by Jeff Mills. And it's like he could rock the dance floor with just the 909 drum machine without using any synths or bass lines. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the whole spirit of this, is keep it as simple as possible. Because if you can make someone dance with just these drums, game over, and I just feel like it's such a good way to sharpen your production skills. Does that make sense?
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Of course, dude. All right, let's keep it rolling. Max, how are you doing?
I'm good. How about you, man?
Doing great, dude. Talk to me. What's up?
Yeah. First, I wanted to say, my boy Vasilis Vassilides put me onto your music, and I think he went to USC with you. So he
No
says
way,
hi.
Vasso. Dude,
Yeah.
that's
Do you
amazing.
remember Vasa?
Yeah, dude.
Hell yeah. I wanted to ask you a more open-ended question, but if I asked you what got you from where you started to where you are now, I don't know if you had an answer for that, whether it was like attitude or practice or like a music-related answer, but just curious.
Yeah, I would say the biggest thing was just my whole journey has just been like a pretty just like gradual and kind of steady grind of just making songs, putting them out in the world, whether that means sending them to labels and DJs or releasing them myself. And yeah, focusing on enjoying the music that I do and being true to myself. Because if I'm not enjoying the music or not being true to myself, then it becomes completely unsustainable to do this. It's like if you don't like the songs, if you don't like the music, if you're bored, it's just not worth doing. And there were times where I got bored of things. So if you look back at my musical career, it's always shifting and gets pretty random at some points. And I've just had the most fun the entire journey. The moments where I didn't have fun was when I needed to like realize that I don't need to just make this kind of music. It's like the shoulds, I feel like, are the things that take the fun away. Or like I need to make tech house, or I need to make songs that have poppy vocals, or whatever. Whatever external, I need to make songs that are underground, and I need to make cool techno. Like if you want to make a cheesy disco edit, like do it. Like you can do whatever you want. And I think that's the only reason I've been able to do it for so long. And then I think everything else is just, yeah, consists. It's like, dude, I love doing it so much. I have so much fun that I've just never, there's the times where I've wanted to stop or when the fun goes away. And as long as the fun's there, just never wanted to stop. But I think to grow, you got to make songs and you got to put yourself out there. And, there's so many ways to do that nowadays. Some are more intimidating than others, but it's never been easier. It's never been more accessible to send music to labels and DJs and upload stuff to SoundCloud. Even labels are not as important as they used to be. So it's like free download on SoundCloud. It's like you could do, it's just crazy what you can do now. I think it's a really exciting time. There's obviously a lot of people who make music, but I think that's also a good thing. Harder to pierce through the noise on occasion, but I think it was hard 10 years ago, but for different reasons, because it was more gatekeepy. So yeah. I hope, did that answer your question at all?
Yeah. I was just curious. Whatever you had to share, I just wanted to hear.
Yeah.
But yeah, also Let Go is my most recent favorite house song.
Let's go, dude. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate the answer.
Much love, dude. And I made that while in college with Vasso. So
hell yeah.
Super
Dope.
awesome.
Cool,
Unreal.
Appreciate
Much
it.
love, bro.
You too, man.
Arthur, dude, great to see you, dude. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing very well. It's very funny because these days I was watching your videos of YouTube on the production side, and yeah, it really came at the right moment that you offer us this masterclass. So thanks a lot.
Of course,
And
dude.
actually, guys, there's still lots of materials on the website of the YouTube channel of Justin J, so you can watch other topics.
Shout out,
And
dude.
yeah,
Unreal, man. Talk to me. What's
and
up?
my main question here, deals with the use of samples.
Yeah.
You use lots of samples, you bootlegs. Are you able somehow to circumvent the ownership laws, find ways to release them on labels? I saw you were using the Mario Kart ring, so did you ask the permission to Mario? And yeah, how
So
does it work?
yeah, so for that sound in particular, there's a really fun website called freesound.org. And here, let me try to find it. Hold on, hide. But I think that's where I got it from, freesound.org. And you can find lots of free sounds and yeah, uploaded. Because it's like kind of
So this
just
one was free and you got okay.
yeah,
You got the
exactly.
recording rights. Okay.
But yeah, in terms of illegal samples, you can always like, I mean, these days it's very fair game to just put like a bootleg remix up and do a free download. In terms of illegal samples that get officially released, normally people try to clear them. I've definitely cleared some samples. And then sometimes, you know, illegal samples get uploaded and just kind of slide through the cracks, and there's always a risk. You know, but it does happen that illegal samples get used. I think, yeah, and it's definitely, you know, I feel like a big part of electronic music and hip hop involved sampling, and things weren't always done properly. So it's kind of like a personal thing to navigate. Essentially, it's the risk is if your song ever gets really popular, you might get in big trouble and you won't be able to make money. Songs can make money. Often what happens is most songs make very little, but every now and then a song will make money, and it could make a lot of money. And in those situations, if there's an illegal sample, you will not be able to make money. And unless your song gets so much attention that people want to try to make it legal and clear the sample, which that happens too. So yeah, it's illegal. It happens. Free download on SoundCloud, I think, is the perfect way to put stuff out, all things considered, even if there's a sample. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Awesome, dude. Arthur, you're the man. All right, let me keep it rolling.
Yeah,
Beckett, what's up, dude? How's it going?
Yo, good. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
I appreciate you doing this. Yeah, freaking. So I'm 18. Like, I mean, I'm 1 month into this. So I guess I would say, like, when you were very first starting, like first days, you know, what were like the things you were doing? Like, were you just saying fuck it, just like trying everything, or like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess what would be your advice to me?
Yeah, dude. I think the more you can be as careless as possible, the better early on. Like the more you can be foolish and not overthink shit and just make songs. I think the most difficult thing is people, they censor themselves because they don't think the song is good enough. So they say, I'm not going to send this to anyone. I'm not even going to finish this thing because it's not good enough. You need to finish songs and put them out into the world however you can, whether that's just show a bunch of your friends, put it up on SoundCloud, send it to some DJs. You need to do that. There's a really great quote from a producer named Brian Eno, super famous guy. And he said, you don't learn from songs that you don't release. And so that's the wisdom here is you can't learn how good your music is until it's heard by people. You just have no way of knowing. And even if one person doesn't like it, it doesn't matter. Like a big part of my process in college, which is when I really like began honing my skills, was I would just be in my dorm making music and people would just be walking by, ignoring me, maybe being like a little annoyed. And then maybe something would happen. And then all of a sudden some random person would be like, yo, what is this? And I'd be like, oh, it's a song I'm working on. They're like, cool. I'm like, sick. You know, and I think that was really valuable to just make music in public, honestly, and just like know that people will just ignore you if they don't like it, and it's not really a big deal. And if something does happen that people like, they might let you know. Or just, dude, all the time I would have friends over, like show music to friends, and none of my friends liked the same kind of music as me, so it was always like a bit of an uphill battle where I would show my friends who just discovered Skrillex, like a deep house song that I was working on, and they'd be like, dude, this is super boring. Where's the drop? And there was like, I remember that one of the first songs that I got signed, there was like this one kid who was 2 years older than me. And he was like the only kid I knew who liked that song. But I was like, yes, there is someone out there who likes this. And honestly, I was just sending shit like shotgun when I first started, like not waiting to know how good it was or not. Just send shit. It's like there's no stakes, especially if it's like if you spam someone in a way that's truly bothersome, like sending 10 messages every day for a year, like that person's just going to block you, obviously. But if you send one song and then a couple weeks later another song, or 10 songs, then you wait a month and send another 5, like if you keep on doing that consistently, people actually have the opposite reaction, where if you send someone 5 new songs every 3 months for 4 years, like, dude, they're gonna like, that person might know your name at that point, because they'll be like, Beckett is still sending me tunes, like, who is this guy? And obviously, like, some people are hard to reach, but dude, there's so many DJs out there. It's amazing. It's like a whole ecosystem where there's a lot of great artists who check their messages. And especially if you send music to people that you genuinely love, and it comes from that place of like, oh, this person really inspired me, I just want to send them some music. That energy is hard to ignore after a while. Like it shines through, and sometimes when you least expect it. So I think that being fearless, it's like fearless is not really the right word, because it can be super scary. I think it's more just like foolish, just being like turning off your brain and just saying fuck it, even when it seems scary. Is that helpful?
It's like almost delusional to a point. Just like,
yeah, 100%. And dude, like, yeah, just shooting your shot at every opportunity in as like chill of a way as possible. Even if it's just like, yeah, dude, finding those homies who you can send songs to. And, I feel like that's another thing, by the way, for everyone here, like, take advantage of me. Dude, there's 160 people who have been hanging out with me for like 2 hours and 15 minutes on a Friday. Like, it's like, this is one of the things I love so much about doing this, is it's just like, dude, I love this so much. It's so fun. And to find other people who share that excitement, it's invaluable. So, and yeah, dude, especially like, it's cool that you're 18, because like, I think, yeah, it's like, I feel like even if you meet a bunch of people here who are older than you, that like the inspiration exchange that's possible, even across like age groups, like when I was 18, that's when I first started sending my songs out and got my first song signed. And, to be able to hang out with people who were further down the road and more experienced is super valuable. And now I'm 32. And so now there's a lot of people who are younger than me who I hang out with. And dude, I learned so much from people who are younger than me, from like inspiration and all these things. So it's like, I feel like it's really cool. Just like, there's so much to learn. It's super fun. I think the more you can avoid being in a bubble, the better. Does that make sense, dude?
Yeah, that does. Definitely answered. Perfect. Appreciate you,
dude.
man.
Hyped you're doing it, dude. Killing it.
Yes, sir.
Let me keep
How
on.
do I lower hand? Oh, here we go.
There you go. Sweet.
Oh.
Awesome, man. Wes, how you doing?
What's up, Justin? I'm doing well. Thanks for doing all this. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
My question, I guess, was more about like, I don't say housekeeping, but like sample organization.
Yeah.
One of the things I'm kind of struggling with right now, well, I guess it's kind of a double question, but trying to make a sound that's like specifically mine. I feel like you like a lot of different genres of music, where I love bass music, I love techno, I love house. I mean, I'll even listen to like some country music or something. Obviously, I'm not DJing that, but like I just like so many different types that it's hard for me to develop like a specific sound. And when I'm getting samples and going around, like I just kind of have all these folders and I'm just like constantly trying to like develop a specific sound, but I don't really know which, like, if there's like an organizational tip, or maybe if you just have any words of wisdom with like finding a sound, or even, you know, creating a sound, I guess.
Yeah, sure. So, dude, as an artist, one big thing, I feel like I hear so many people, I'd say most people think about what is my sound. I do not think about that whatsoever. Like, I just make music that I like. And I think where someone might have a sound, for me, in my case, is because of laziness, where I find something that works and then I'm like, yo, I'm just going to use that same kick drum again. And the 909, dude, the 909 kick drum, the 909 hats, claps, everything you just heard, I can't count how many songs I've released that use those exact sounds. And it doesn't fucking matter because people have been using the 909 on house music for 40 years, since the 80s. And it's just timeless. So there's certain sounds that I think are kind of these timeless sounds that are just really reliable as like a foundation. And I think when you're developing your skills, I think like a good first question is like, can you make a song that makes people dance? I think that's a better first question than like, is your music super like unique and personalized to yourself? Because the reality is like, if you make it, it's going to be you, it's going to be Wes, you know? Even like this 909 challenge, like everyone can use the same shit, but everyone's going to use it a little differently and bring their own personality to it inescapably. So I think that for me, that's step one, is like putting less pressure off of being unique and having a sound. To me, that's like, those are questions that come with like, what will others perceive this to be versus like, yeah,
I guess I'm saying it
Does that
in the
make
sense
sense?
of like DJing. Like I get booked to play a lot of different style shows. I live up in Maine and there's like not a huge house music scene. I don't know if you've ever been to Maine, but
dude, that's
yeah.
so epic. Wes, you're holding down the main dance music scene. That's crazy.
I might be throwing a festival next year, and I've thrown your name around for headlining it a bunch of times. So if that happens, I'm reaching out to you.
Dude, I would be honored. Never been, never played there. That dude,
Yeah.
just respect for holding
It's a
it
small
down.
scene. It's like not a lot of people, but like we have a really good group of people that make these events happen in like a small community. So, but that being said, like I'm signed to a few house music labels and I like making house music.
Yeah.
But I play a bunch of bass shows around here and I like playing dubstep and making bass music too. So like people ask me like, oh, what type of music do you make? And I always just say I make dance music, because it's like really I don't have like a preference of which genre I like better. But I kind of struggle when I sit down sometimes. I'm like, am I a house artist or am I a bass artist? And one of the reasons I like your style is because you do play so many different types. It doesn't like define you as like genres go. But as far as like what I see in the industry, it seems like people they want to know when they book you, like what they're getting, I guess. And
But it sounds like it sounds like you are getting booked. Are you having trouble? Like, are people confused by you?
No, I get booked. Well, I guess, yeah, people ask me, I do get pretty good bookings and I throw a lot of fun shows, but like, for example, if I'm like going to go play down in Boston or something like that, like I have a bunch of friends in Boston that have been to like both styles of my music. So it's not like they kind of know they wouldn't know what to expect if they booked me unless they asked me specifically, like, you know, we're playing a house music night or something like that.
100%. I want to pause real quick. Give me a thumbs up if you relate to Wes's question, where you're like, how do I navigate this if you like multiple styles of music and you need to figure out like how to avoid confusing people? It's a super normal question. And I think, you know, I think at the end of the day, each of you can navigate it however you'd like. Wes, I'll give you my approach. So, a friend of mine, really great artist named Vanessa, she used this expression, to be carried by the wind. And so what she meant by that is like she would do things and then the wind would carry her to different places. And so it's funny. I think I have like a really extreme experience of this because, dude, I like, dude, it's so crazy. I do this like music boot camp once a year, and I do like, there's like I do like a very silly challenge at the end of it, and there's someone who I made a song with who like won the challenge, and we tried making a track, and I was like, dude, let's turn this into a dubstep track. And I'd never made a dubstep song before. And we were both obsessed with the super underground label called Lobster Theremin, which is putting out like a lot of lo-fi house and techno, but then became very cross-genre. And they ended up signing this dubstep song because it started techno and then went dubstep. And I think they just liked how crazy it was. And then a year later, John Summit played it at EDC back to back with Subtronics. And when this happened, now here's Justin dubstep song. Subtronics started playing it. Zed's Dead started playing it. And it's like my first dubstep song. And like I mentioned at the beginning of this call, like I wasn't the biggest dubstep fan. I'd kind of fallen in love with it wholeheartedly in Colorado. But yeah, so it was interesting. I started getting asked to DJ dubstep shows and dubstep festivals. I literally just played Grizz's dubstep festival in October. And I had kind of this interesting moment for me. This is like my personal experience where maybe a year ago, I did this back to back with some dubstep DJs. And I was restricted to only playing dubstep essentially. Like I tried playing my techno and house, and it just didn't feel good. It was fine. It just didn't feel amazing. And the feeling that I got in this moment was I was like, oh, I feel like I'm having a sleepover at a friend's house. And I like my friends, but like I don't want to live here. It doesn't feel like my home. And then compared to like house and techno, which you can play a house or techno set and drop some dubstep in many parts of the world, and people won't boo you or kick you off the stage. And I feel like I've definitely pushed that limit pretty hard in Europe. I played like Subtronics at the techno clubs that you're not allowed to have your phones. And yeah, I don't know. I haven't been I've been allowed to DJ in Berlin still. And yeah, and sometimes people come up to me and they're like, dude, that was crazy. That was so creative. And I was like, oh, you liked the dubstep? And they were like, no. but so it's like not everyone likes it, but you can do shit like that. So I think like a lot of this stuff you kind of can just try stuff and see what feels right. And I think it's a better approach than saying, I love dubstep, but I'm not allowed to make it. Like, I love trance, but I have to play techno. It's like, that just sounds, that sort of energy doesn't sound fun. And, I think like great artists can blur the lines between everything. Dude, like even the most I had this moment that was so inspiring to me. Does anyone here know the techno label Mutual Rhythm or the artist Yanamaste? Give me a thumbs up if you heard of Yanamaste. Dude, he's one of my favorites. And I got to meet him. And it was really funny. I showed him this transition that I did. Let me see if I can find it, where I played Subtronics into one of his tracks. And dude, and I was like, dude, I was like, isn't this so silly? And he's like, no, I love dubstep. I don't think he likes it like rhythm, but let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. So and then so it's like that. Yanamaste, in my opinion, embodies like some of the most serious, strict, kind of like, European techno vibes, which stands in pretty stark contrast to rhythm, but there's just no rules. So it's like, I feel like doubling down on just what you like fearlessly and seeing where the wind takes you is my biggest piece of advice. Cause like, if the wind doesn't take you anywhere, you can decide to pivot, or you can decide to double down because you love it and you might be rewarded for it when you least expect it. And I think that's not a bad approach because you're going to have a lot of fun, just like being true to yourself. Like it's like, there's something really powerful about that. But on the other hand, if you try a bunch of stuff, you might find a groove, you might see where things go. And it sounds like you have a bit of momentum on the house side of things and the bass music side of things. Those worlds are different. I mean, if you were going to do a 5-hour set, I feel like, no, let me ask this way. If you were going to play 1 hour of music, 30 minutes, you had a 30-minute set. What kind of music would you play if you only had 30 minutes? Dream gig, dream festival, like club, whatever. What would you play?
I would probably play a pretty like groovy, like tech song, like a house set with like 1 or 2 big dubstep drops in it, but like tastefully kind of just like to surprise people, but then keep it mostly dance music oriented. I mean, not I think like with bass music sometimes like it gets a little bit undancey. So I like the big drops, and like the low end's obviously great, especially on a good sound system. But I like to keep the dance floor moving. So usually if we've had 30 minutes, I would probably play like 25 minutes or 22 minutes of house music and more groove focused stuff. And then like with 1 or 2 big like bass music drops.
Sweet, dude, that sounds great. So it's like that question of like, if you didn't have much time, what would you be the most excited to do? I think is a good way to approach it. And your excitement can shift, but I think that's what you want to stay connected to, and then just double down on what you're having fun doing. And if you want to make a dubstep song, you should, because you might draw inspiration from it that will make you do something more unique. Like, here's a song that I made that's gotten some love from some cool techno people, and there's like dubstep wobbles on it. And let's see. You copy me, I copy you. You copy me, I copy you. You copy me, I copy you. So, it's just like there's no rules here. And I think if you follow your heart, you might end up in some places that are really unique. I know your initial question was about samples. Let me circle back to that, but I hope that from like a spiritual kind of like lens, following your heart and doubling down on it. Did that resonate at all for you, Wes?
Yeah, no, it does, and I appreciate it. Hearing it from someone like you is important. Like, I do try to be authentic as far as like making music that I actually like. Because I like so much, I feel like it's been tough for me to like focus on, I don't know if it's like ADD or whatever, but I'm just like, I like so many different things. But I guess as long as I'm having a good time, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. And I think, the longer that I've made music, the more I've learned how similar everything is. But in terms of samples, I think the way you started talking about it, when you started talking about organization and shit, to me, that sounds like, ooh, maybe maybe you're overwhelmed. Cause like, and I think this challenge will be a good way for you to like reconnect with the roots of house, like just how simple it can be, the 909 and a vocal. It's like, that is such a good foundation. And, I think, like for me, when it comes to sample packs and stuff, I think this is actually a weird, benefit that I had was I never liked downloading too many things because I would get overwhelmed. And I think what you can do is if you feel like you've grabbed too much stuff, this challenge will help you shrink things down and keep things really simple and learn how to get a really good foundation. You can use this kick drum forever, this 909 kick drum. It's so timeless. And for a lot of 4 to the floor stuff, if you don't have a good kick sample, the whole track might be cool, but it won't feel right. So, it's like, I think you can, I think where artists get sounds is like they find a kick drum, a clap, a hi-hat that they really like, and then just keep on using it out of laziness. So it's like, maybe that's my advice, is like, you don't need a bajillion sounds to create a song. And it's just like, once you find ones that you love, keep on using them. And dude, if you make a dubstep song and then you use that same sound on a house track, it could be really cool. So, less is more, less clutter. Reorganize your shit, use the favorites thing. I don't really use this, but it's like, I just know I have like a few folders that I just keep on going to, and, sample shit. So hopefully that helps. This challenge will be great for you. They're like, you got to do this. It'll be such a good way to get less overwhelmed and realize just how simple this shit can be. Does that make sense?
Totally. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man, especially just like the simplicity of it all. And like not overcomplicating it and choosing through like 50 different kicks and 30 different snares. And it's like, when you said that earlier, that you do like so much out of that one kit, I'm like, why do I make it so? I spend so much time just looking for samples, where I'm just like, I have the samples. I don't need to keep looking. I just need to make it.
100%.
Thank you,
dude. Wes, appreciate you, dude. Great question. It's one last thing. There's a squad of homies here in Berlin called Backyard Mix, and they do these videos. It's like, let's break down this mix from so and so. They live in Berlin, but one of the dudes is from Maine. So shout out Backyard Mix. And
you know his name?
So there's 2 dudes. I don't know if they're both from Maine, but it's these guys, Max and Sam. But you should.
Okay.
I'll find out. I'll ask, and message me on Instagram, and I'll try to connect to the main homies like that.
I got a buddy that's like that I met. He came to one of my shows last year, and his name was Billy. But he's like, I got a bunch of friends in Germany. Like, I'm gonna try to get you to go play there. He's like, do you want to play there? I'm like, yeah, I want to play there. But I don't know if it's the same crew. But either way, I appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Dude, of course. So awesome. All right, let's keep it rolling. Jordan Alexander, dude, how you doing?
Really well. This is incredible.
Fuck yeah.
So I saw you for the first time at Elements.
No way.
At the stage, and it was like I'm just like getting choked up just like thinking about it. So,
dude,
let me put my question in the chat. Oh my god. Okay, so staying on the topic of like being complete, like showing complete contrast, like you played Jump Around by House of Pain in the middle of an incredible set, and like you could feel like everybody was just like, what the fuck just happened? And like everybody was just losing their absolute minds, and I was like, who the fuck is that guy? Like it was, yeah. So I mean, so for create, like where you're at now, you've obviously been doing this for quite some time and have great success. For a festival set, like how much time do you take to prepare for something like that for someone in your state?
Dude,
like,
that festival set was so crazy because I did not prepare at all for that one. And I like showed up, and this artist named Bunt was playing before me. And I thought he was going to play really chill, vibey stuff, like Fred Again vibes. And he was playing full on trance, hard techno, like Gabber vibes.
Bunt was insane. I've been following you both since that.
Yeah. And then he played like rhythm, and I was like, fuck, how do I follow this up? And so then, like it kind of worked out that I didn't prepare, because like I wouldn't have been prepared even if I did. So yeah, I just winged it. But because that set was one of my favorite sets for a long time. But I think a lot of that set, the reality is, like, I've been DJing for a long time, but that set felt kind of like when I DJ, I often am freestyling and I'll just do fucked up, silly things that make me laugh, like, or make other people laugh. Like in February of this year, I played a show. I played two really fun shows in the Netherlands, and including one in a very small town called Leiden, which is like 45 minutes outside of Amsterdam. And that was the first show of the weekend. And I made some new friends, and we were just talking about music, and it kind of came up in conversation about like, I was like, yo, like Martin Garrix is from here. Do you guys like Martin Garrix? And they're like, dude, I mean, we all grew up listening to him when we were like 12. And I was like, all right, I got to play some Martin Garrix. And then I really love this techno label, Mutual Rhythm. So I was like, you know what? I could probably like mash it up with some techno. And then I did that in February, and I kind of like figured out some ways to do it. And then kind of like, at first it was like improvised, and then I kind of like figured out almost like a little routine for something like that. And I think elements, there was many moments that were fully improvised, but there were also a lot of moments of like, oh, I've done this before, I can hit him with this. I'd never played the Macarena that way before. I'd played it at a Renegade. Another thing that happened that was cool was the week before I played a Renegade set at a festival in California called Dirty Bird Campout. And this is my favorite like context of DJing. Like, I don't really love playing huge shows. They're cool and they're sad. They're like, they look cool. But my favorite shit is like, give me 50 people in someone's living room, or like, a Renegade set here.
Or a techno matrix forest we were in. Like that was like, this the environment. Like you will never be in that environment. Like typically, like I'm from New York, and I'm used to, this like silo warehouses, which was great, but it was just like, it was just incredible. And I just like, you look like you guys were having so much fun up there. It was just like, hey, watch this. Like, I'm gonna play fucking Macarena. Like,
but so I was gonna say, so that elements, that location, insane.
Yeah.
But so what gave a lot of the inspiration for that set was a couple weeks earlier, I played this show. Shout out Rodney Dinkles, who with some other homies through this little
that was
afters.
such a fun night to play with you. I still think about that. Yeah,
dude, let's go, Kayla. Dude, your moment was so funny with sneaking my balls tune into it.
Yes.
But so when this is like my favorite context for DJing. This is like when I first started DJing in high school, this is like the energy that I always fell in love with. But it's like DJing for 15, 20 people, and just fucking around. So elements, like another thing that happened was I played several hours at sunrise at this campground, and it was just like so fun and silly. And I was just playing like the most absurd songs. Like I played Cotton Eye Joe and the Hamster Dance, and was just like playing the Macarena and this and that. And that set, when I played here, I kind of did some really silly things that then inspired me to kind of like be more adventurous when I got into the bigger stage. And some things I did similarly, other things I did completely differently. Like I think I played, I don't remember, I played the Macarena into Heads Will Roll 8-track remix here, because they're in the same key. But then at Elements, I was like, you know what? I just want to play Losing It by Fisher, and did that. So I'd never done that combination before. So yeah, there's, but some stuff is fully improvised, but I think, and some stuff is planned. But I think when you DJ stuff like this for 5 people, 10 people, and you can take the craziest risks and it doesn't really matter because it's like, whatever. That helps for then bringing that energy to a bigger stage. But this is the purest form of DJing, in my opinion. Like, put 5 people in front of like around a table with like a crappy sound system. The speakers are actually really nice here, but it's like that sort of energy is just my favorite. So, and I wanted to dive in on this a little bit for everyone here because, yeah, it's like I feel like everyone should make music and DJ because it's so fun. And like, yes, I think it's really, if you're committed and strategic and, determined, and have a lot of, and focus on having fun, building a career as an artist or getting to do shows, getting to do a festival, all of it is very possible. But ironically, the ultimate magic is you and your friends dancing around a crappy speaker like that. Nothing is better than that in my experience and in my opinion. So, Jordan, I hope I answered your question, dude. I'm glad we got to reminisce about the magic of elements. So fun.
One last time. One last thing. Are you going to be there for this year? Next year?
No idea. No idea. We will see. Truthfully, no clue, but damn, so magical.
Get it on the list, please.
Let's go, dude.
Come on.
Hope to be back in New York early next year. So, dude, Jordan,
yes,
great to meet you. Come say hi if I'm in town. Pull up.
Yeah, when are you going to be in New York as well?
Nothing's locked in, but we're looking at like coming back to the US in like March. So, but
right on.
Yeah, dude, Jordan, you're the man. Appreciate you and your great energy, dude.
Incredible. You're an incredible human being. Thank you.
Much love, bro. All right, let's keep it rolling. Oscar, what's up, dude?
Hey, Justin, this is Oscar. I met you in Burning Man in 2023.
With Swisherman, dude. Yo, great to see you, man.
Yeah, it's so good to see you, and I've been following you. I've been wanting to do this for like the last 2 years.
No way.
And finally this year I've been able to take the time to do it. So super excited to see it, and this is gonna be my first song that I'm gonna do this weekend. So thank you very much.
Let's go, dude, bro. I forget. Do you live in Madrid?
Not anymore. I'm in SSF. Or in SF, yeah.
Wait, in San Francisco, in the US?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
I'm working
so
here.
funny. Dude, awesome. Dude, I just am it's so funny. Like for me coming from LA and moving to Europe, it's like we traded places. Because I'm playing Mondo at the beginning of January.
Dude, what date?
January 5th. Dude, bro, like you gotta make a tune that I can play at Mondo. Come on, dude.
Yeah,
Let's
for
go.
sure.
Bro,
So
that's
yeah,
crazy.
I just had one question because I'm new into this software and all that. And one thing that I've wanted to do with my homie here in SF is we love like memes, and we want to make some songs with all of the like sounds of like just some random videos.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to ask you, how do you get like a sound or like someone talking or something like that, and then put it into this software, and then like basic like tune to like just grab the pieces that you like or something like that?
Yeah, well, dude, I mean, YouTube, there's YouTube to MP3. Like this, I use all the time. Are the memes that you want on YouTube or more TikTok?
Yeah, whatever. Like I know that I can get like the samples and all that, but how do you import it and then how you modify it in the software, in the Ableton?
Okay. So here, I just thought of like the first most wholesome meme I could think of. So, find the video, use the YouTube converter, download it. Once it's downloaded, you can literally drag it straight into Ableton and chop it up. If ideally, the easiest shit will be if you can find memes or vocals that are by themselves. If there's more sounds, it could be a little bit more difficult. But let's just give this a try. So, excuse me. Let's see. But here it is. I downloaded it. I could just drag it in. See, when you drag, see how it says drop files and devices here? If you drag things straight into this area, it will automatically create a new track.
Ah! Ooh, ouch.
So like, now that it's here, so if you wanted to insert audio track to have like a little bit more of a open space, you can start copying things and, you know, pasting them around. I guess like here, I'm going to kind of copy the similar sort of pattern type of idea. Here, let's kind of chop it. This will sound pretty silly, but let's see. Okay. Hold on. Sure. And then here, let's put the drums in. Whoops. Here. Like. Dude, that's so sick. Tight. So fun. So, dude, great idea. Like, does this make sense?
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Awesome.
And it's all just copy and paste. And I think the main thing is like when you're dealing with these shapes, look at how so some sounds, do you see how this has like a slow start? It kind of goes up at the beginning versus this, it starts more like bang, right? This is better in general for being more funky and rhythmic. This is okay. It's not a problem, but it might be even better if I kind of scooch it, you know, a little bit more like this. That has a little bit more funkiness. It's tighter. It's more energetic. And so this is kind of like one of the best pieces for advice. Like these sounds, they actually sound pretty cool, but they have those slow starts versus, I'm just going to do one more thing. If you make sounds really short, they will be very energetic and very funky. So like, I'm just going to add a bunch and let's see what happens. Very short sounds. So, you know, I think it's a great idea. So much fun to be had with like sounds. It's super cool because like I could make a whole beat with Charlie Bit My Finger and no one would realize it. And then maybe partway through the song, I hit him with like, where is it?
Ow! Ow, Charlie!
Like then this, oh dude, I have to do this real quick. This would just be so funny. Let me just do this. I'm too inspired. Hold on. Like, let's go here. Like, let's do it here. Dude, this is gonna bang. Hold on. Yeah, this is gonna be so good. Okay, cool. It might not be perfect, but like this is the type of shit that you can do, and it's just so fun. See, hold on. Okay, but something like this right here would work as a great build up, I think. The idea of it.
Ow! Ow, Charlie!
Right? You know, it's so fun. So yeah, really sick. Really
That's awesome.
sick. Cool.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, you really inspire me, and I really like all of your sets. They are just so fucking funny, and like people love it. They are always just jumping, and I always show my friends, and yeah. So thank you so much for all the inspiration. I hope to see you in Burning Man
Dude,
one of these years.
yes. And dude, I'll be back in San Francisco hopefully next time or early next year. So dude, hit me up. Would be so funny to see you from Madrid to SF. Like crazy, man. So stoked.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so
Awesome,
much.
man. Much love, dude. Great to see you. All right, let's keep it rolling. Andy, how are you doing, dude?
Doing well, Justin. Thank you so much for running this. It's been super awesome, and it's so cool how many people are in the call too. Um, I found out about your music from when John Summit dropped that Balls song,
Yes.
and I thought it was so funny, and I could tell like your sense of humor right from the song. And then I ran to play it at this like art gig that I was booked for where like there was art on the wall, people were like looking at the art, and I dropped the ball song, and like the organizer ran up to me, he's like, "You got to turn that off, like
Wait,
not
really?
this song." And it just made me like it way more. Like I just was like, not
Damn.
everyone has a sense of humor, but I just want to tell that short anecdote. But my question for you, so I've been making music in Ableton for like 10 years. I feel pretty confident about like making a song and like structuring it out. And I think what holds me back the most is lack of confidence in mixing and mastering.
Mhm.
So first of all, I make music in Ableton. So like bouncing stuff into stems sort of you like the groups, if you put effects on groups and if you want to go it just is more complicated. I feel like bouncing stems out of Ableton, you lose some control
Yeah.
in the mixing and mastering. And then I it holds me back because it is expensive to pay for someone to mix and master my songs. So I really, and I mean I know how to EQ and compress and pan, but not like in the technical scientific way that I feel like separates my music from the music I really like and that sounds professional. So even watching tutorials, I feel like the tutorials show you like this is how you mix and master this song. And they make it seem so obvious for like the song they're working on. But I want rules um and like things to do every time to be more scientific about how to finish a mix than how to finish a master. So I'm probably overthinking it and overcomplicating it, but I'm just curious your advice on like how to go from being a producer to someone who also can take a track totally to the finish.
100%. Dude, first off, I'm so sorry balls got you in trouble. And honestly, that's amazing. um, dude, hold on a sec. So, dude, great question. I'm curious, does anyone else feel similarly about mixing, mastering technical stuff? So I'm gonna just write this down and try to lay it out for you. So like just because I think, you know, I don't know, let's just see how this goes. But like the more simple your song, easier to mix is like the most important thing. And when it comes, it's just so important to highlight that because when your song has fewer elements, there's less you need to do. For example, my track is fully mixed. It's perfect. Like, just to expand on this, it's like EQ, compression, fancy shit, isn't necessary if you it isn't necessary when you have simple ideas and good sound selection. If you like, a lot of these tools can be useful when you pick sounds that have problems, like EQ, for instance. If you have a vocal that's really muddy, like sometimes you might need to EQ out that low end. But dude, this track that I could play out, there's not one EQ that I've used. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like when it's really simple, the most important thing. So if the most, I'd say the most important thing, like here, I'll write it down with numbers. So the most important thing is like the idea. How simple, how well do the parts work? Sound selection. I'll put this here. The idea / sound selection. Because like, dude, if you choose a bass sound that doesn't have low end, it's going to take a lot of fancy shit to try to fix the problem. But if you just use a sound that works, you're chilling. And that's what's cool about this challenge. These sounds work. You don't need to do anything else to them. Does that make sense?
Right.
So
but your ear, like you created this kit and you already did all of that work because you have a great ear to make the sounds already perfect the way they sit. You know what I mean?
yeah, but it's also just like, the stock, it's just the stock 909. It's like Ableton can take most of the credit, and beyond them, it's like they're just emulating this old timeless piece of equipment. So, but it's still a really good thing to do, because if you use the 909, it'll help train your ear for what sounds good, and also you can just use it. So it's like you're just done. So, but the sound selection is the first most important thing. The second most important thing is volume. How loud are the respective sounds? So, like, for example, like you in general, it's like kick should be louder than bass, is like slash toms, is like a really good rule of thumb. How loud are your vocals? How loud are your other sounds? And then all the other shit is like only becomes necessary depending on complexity and sort of like problems that come from bad sound selection, or maybe more ambitious sound selection. And then the third part for mastering, all you need is a limiter if your mix is good. So, dude, this song, all I needed was this limiter. It's so simple, and all the sounds work really well with each other. Part of it is like, dude, like, let me just make this song really difficult to mix. Like, let me just show you what I mean. So, like, if I do this, and then I do this, and then I do this, and let's just say, here we go, like this, and go boom, 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 boom. And then let's go here, and then we do notes. Okay, and then boom, boom, boom. And then here, let's do, I don't know what any of this is going to sound like, but okay. And let's go crazy. Okay, sweet. So this idea, let's listen real quick. And let's put Charlie Bit My Finger on it also. Okay, so this idea, with all this stuff. Like, that is going to be more complicated to mix because there's so many things happening. And could I use EQ and compression to make this sound better? Probably. But the fundamental issue is the idea is super complex, and maybe I don't know how well all these sounds work. Versus, let's simplify this. I mean, even if I just took, let's see. Okay, this idea, even if I just took everything except one note out, this right here will be fine. I might want it to be a little louder, which I did, and that
I'm
helps.
wondering if she went outside.
So, this easy to mix. And if I put the vocal in, maybe I don't put the vocal in everywhere, but maybe I have it play at a different part. Maybe it comes there. So this, not too difficult to mix. It's really just, it gets more, I just need to worry about volume. It's when things start playing at the same time and things are more layered that, yes, mixing can be complicated and difficult, but I think if you are not able to get your songs to feel good on the dance floor, then I would start with just going for more simple ideas and learning how to mix those really well. Because if you can make 2 or 3 sounds hit really hard on the dance floor, it's much easier to build up the complexity with those skills to do like 20 tracks, 50 tracks. I've released songs that have like 200 songs, 200 tracks, different layered vocals, different bass lines, and different sections. Much more difficult. But if you can't do this, it's like, why make your life hard? Because it's much easier to learn the skills in this domain. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. It does.
Cool. Dude, but great question. So it's like, yeah, just simplicity. That's where it all goes back to. And do this challenge. Try to mix, just get the volume of the vocals dialed. And then it's like, make one song with just the 909 and a vocal. If you want to make another, 909 vocal, a synth. See if you can get it to feel good, if it feels worse, then take the synth away. Does that make sense?
It does. Can I ask you one, I mean, just sort of a follow-up?
Yeah.
For your own tracks, do you have like, I assume you have a more complicated master chain than just a limiter, right?
No, I mean, sometimes I'll do
Really?
more stuff, but like, and honestly, these days I've actually been using Ozone for like the AI mastering. I use
Yeah, I've done
Ozone
that.
LS3.
Yeah.
Dude, that shit hits so hard, but so many tracks. Dude, I think like one of my biggest tracks is just the stock Ableton limiter with nothing
Yeah.
else. Like, dude, this is, I'd say like it's different now. I got Ozone like a year ago. No, yeah, no, this year, April, half a year ago. But prior to that, like I'd say half my songs might be this simple if I did a good
Wow.
job on the mix. And I'd say a big chunk, if I add one more thing, it's like maybe, oh, the song is not really bright enough. So maybe I just like make the highs a little bit louder or the bass a little louder or something like that. Maybe I do this, but yeah, if I can get the mix dialed, everything else is super easy. And the mix is easy to do when the song is simple. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
it does. I can't believe I've been so scared of just using an EQ and a limiter on the master.
Yeah.
I thought it
Yeah.
was more than that.
But it's like I can't promise that it'll sound amazing because it all then goes back to what are the sounds you used? What are the ideas that you wrote with those sounds? That's what then and then what's the volume balance? How like those three things, sound selection, here maybe that's how I should write it. But it's like sound selection, um, sound selection, maybe like songwriting, like patterns slash melodies, and then volume. Um, yeah. Uh, sound selection. Yeah, it's like, do the sounds work? Or do they need to be fixed? If they could, like, for example, like a bass sound with no low end. Like all the time, by the way, like if you go in Ableton and you search bass, you're gonna hear these bass sounds. I'll put mini meters. Hold on, where is it? That don't actually have much bass. Let's see, instruments, bass. Here. Hold on. So like if I use this sound might be fine, but I'm playing it so high. There's not, it's not actually giving me the low end versus if I go too low, that's just like a fart. That's not going to work either. So though there's so many issues that you might think are mixing issues, but could be composition or sound selection. Does that help?
Yep.
Cool.
Thank you.
And so that's the purpose of this 909 challenge. It's to remove the variable of sound selection. I'm giving you sounds that work and allows you to focus on composition. And that's what I spent most of the first part of this lecture on: where to put your kick and bass and hi-hats, how to structure the song, that sort of stuff. Sweet. Andy, you ready? You ready to do this shit?
Let's do it.
Fuck yeah. Amazing. All right, dude. Great to meet you, man.
You too.
Awesome. Awesome. So fun. Evan, how are you doing?
Doing good, man. I've been learning a lot. It's been great.
Amazing. What's up?
But yeah, I guess so. I was wondering, as far as like the music you play now and kind of the DJ style and sound that you're known for, um, do you feel like starting out as much as like things have changed from you starting out, do you feel like a lot of the music that you play and like your style was kind of came from seeing how crowds and other people react to like certain songs or certain styles of DJing, or how much of that has influenced kind of where you are now from when you started versus like how much is your own personal taste and how much influence does your own personal taste go into your sets and into your music versus like what you've kind of tested and see works with like the crowd and like other people?
Dude, really interesting question. I appreciate you asking. I think,
Mm.
you know, I don't know if I would quantify everything, but I would definitely say that going on the dance floor is a super inspiring, powerful thing to do. Like,
Mhm.
I think it's one of the best places to begin because if you go onto a dance floor and you don't like it, you'll get some interesting information. If you go onto a dance floor and have the best night of your life and have goosebumps and magical moments, that is also really useful information. And, you know, dude, like I still love going to concerts. Some artists, they get bored of it and they don't want to do it. For me, it's just a matter of like finding the music that really speaks to me.
Mhm.
But I feel like I've been at some of my favorite musical shows this year, and I'm 32, been going to raves and concerts since I was in, you know, high school.
Mhm.
So, and yeah, I don't know. It's just like, I think that there's a lot of value to be had by going on the dance floor and seeing what makes you want to dance.
Mhm.
I think, yeah, I mean, everything, it's like, I think the way you ask the question is kind of like all we do is take in inspiration and then spit it out through our own intuition and taste. And yeah, man, like I feel like, is there a deeper question beneath what you asked?
Yeah, I guess like thinking about it more now, it's like starting out, you know, you don't have too much of a name or like you know, you have the music that you like, but aren't sure like, oh, is this gonna really resonate with at least the initial people that I'm playing it out to or my friends and stuff like that. And um like as as you do you feel like I'm trying to like
By the way,
find the words.
I think I can answer. I think I can speak to your question, and if I
Mm.
don't, if you want to like reword it, but I
Yeah.
think what you're getting at, you're trying to figure out a way to ask, how do I know what will work? Almost.
Mm. Mhm.
That's my interpretation. But I think the interesting thing is, and even to this day, like the Tiesto example, where he downloaded a song that I have no confidence in. It's like
Mm.
you can't, there is too much complexity to try to predict this shit. No
Mm.
one can predict anything related to music. Labels, artists, if you could, there wouldn't be one hit wonders and there wouldn't be, you know, albums that flop or whatever. It's like no one can predict this shit. And so the correct approach is to actually not try to predict, but just be curious about the results and just try things
Mm.
because there's much more useful information to be had after you try something if people like it. If people don't like it, that doesn't necessarily mean you did it. That doesn't necessarily mean much either. It's like,
Mhm.
dude, there are so many artists who I get to see in Berlin who, if they played at the USC frat parties that I saw when I was 19, it wouldn't work, and vice versa. You know, it's like the 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 context, the setting, people's tastes, it's all, you know, there's so many variables. So it's like it's all about just finding what does work. And it depends what you're, you know, inspired by. Like Evan, where are you from? Where are you posted up?
I live in SF right now.
Sweet. So it's like even San Francisco, dude, has such a wide array of different musical
Does.
cultures. And it's like, you know, I think each one of those could be different. And there are songs that could probably span all of them. Like I'm sure if you played you know, like One More Time by Daft Punk at the right time at any of those events, people would maybe like feel something, you know,
Mm.
like or a song that's just like, you know, that transcends those boundaries. But I think, you know, it's like as an artist, I think it's good to just put your to experience things and see what resonates. And lean into the inspiration that strikes in a given moment. So,
Mm-hmm.
and dude, if you get sick of it, then you don't need to keep on doing it. And I don't think there's a sunk cost to exploring different things, because from each thing you explore, you might take something with it as you continue. Like, I think a good example, do you know the artist Disco Lines?
Mm-hmm.
When he first began, he was making Jersey Club. Then he made like a future-based song that actually streamed kind of well. Then he released some house music, and the house shit went crazy. And he still likes all those other styles of music and brings them into his house songs, but he got carried by the wind, and he loved house music, and it felt very natural for him to keep on making. So I think so much of art is this thing that's not calculated and pre-planned, but rather presented and exposed, and then the wind can take you in one direction or another. And I think you can put a lot of shots into the void and there be no wind. And if that's happening, then I think reconnecting with where is their wind, period. And that's where, like, going to the dance floor, and you go to a party and you hear a bunch of music you've never heard, but you see 100 people jumping up and down and sweating, and you're like, what is this? And it's like, there is something happening where there's people who want to dance to some music. Is that music of interest to you? Is it inspiring to you? If it is, dude, like, listen to it, immerse yourself in it, see how that music inspires you and what you do. And you might end up doing something totally different that doesn't fit that place. But I think, I think this constant dance of like taking inspiration in and then spitting it out and seeing where that takes you, just kind of like a DJ set. How if you DJ, you might play a song and it doesn't hit, so you pivot and you're like, they didn't like dubstep, I'm gonna try playing disco. Oh wow, these like 50-year-old ladies love these Cool in the Gang songs, I'm gonna play Earth, Wind and Fire now. It's like, now I'm gonna play a house remix of that stuff. Now, it's like, it's all just this weird dance that's, I think, very difficult to predict, but you get so much more useful information by doing and going out and seeing the stuff happen that's working. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I like the idea that it's like, it is output and input, because it's like there is like a lot of like, making art for yourself and that, but then there's art also like making art to be experienced, and then kind of all, it's crazy because like you're almost, as the artist, seeing the people dancing and you're like, can get inspired by that too. That's really cool.
Yeah, but I think at the end of the day, like, that's the purpose of this class right here. It's like, I want to show you guys what are the things that make a difference so that people dance to it. And then within that framework, there's limitless creativity and exploration. And I feel like this is something that does come with experience, is like learning what makes a difference. But I don't think that it's kind of like grammar. Like, learning grammar doesn't inhibit your creativity to speak, and you can be grammatically incorrect and say things that are really compelling. But it's like, knowing the rules of grammar is a good starting point. But I think ultimately, with music, unlike grammar, it's like you can just create shit off intuition and get super lucky. If you're not getting lucky, then there's plenty of grammar to learn, but I don't think it ever needs to. That doesn't mean losing sight of like making music for yourself. That's actually the biggest priority. And I think you blur the lines between the two by properly. It's like, I feel like my favorite analogy for this is like, getting inspiration is like eating your food. And for music, it's like, if you get inspired by dubstep, you might need a new sample pack for drums, and you might need to download some synth presets to help you get the sounds that you want. But once you have that, then that's like eating your food. But then when it comes to making the music, it's kind of just like pooping, and you just poop And
Mm.
you're like, oh my God, there's like some, if you like Jersey Club and you're like, wow, I put a Jersey Club vocal on this dubstep song. Or like, you know, I have like a house build up into a dubstep drop because I used to love making house music. It's like, that's all fair game. But I think it all connects back to like a feeling of inspiration that you can get if you have experienced the dance floor or even just watched enough YouTube videos of like DJs and you're like, oh my God, I'm listening. I can feel it, you know? So I think that's sort of my relationship with inspiration versus execution. When it's time to make music, it's time to poop and turn off the brain. We want to like the poop, we want it to like be in the toilet, but like we're not trying to micromanage it. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Just have to let it happen.
Just make stuff and play stuff and then eat when it's time to eat, and then when you're making stuff, just make stuff.
Exactly. I hope that's helpful, and I hope no one's offended by the analogy. But Evan, great questions, and I just feel like, dude, you seem really intelligent and just like analytical, which is all really useful. And I think I'm very similar. My favorite part of making music is finding those moments to completely turn off the mind and act on instinct, inspiration, like that Charlie bit my finger thing. It's like I'm hyped on that, and it's like that wasn't a pre-calculated thing, and I just started fucking around, you know, and tried to my best to explain some of the things about it that worked, like, you know, the way that I chopped it. It's like short samples that have a nice, you know, choppy shape versus I wouldn't want a shape that's like that, like triangular. That would not be super fun. We want it to be like bang. So there's technique, but hopefully that that helps answer your question, dude.
It does. Appreciate it.
Sweet. Awesome. All right, let's keep it rolling. Eleganto, are you there?
Hey, brother. Yes, I'm here.
Dude, yo, shout out. Where did Nova, what's it called? We were in
Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia.
Halifax, yes.
Halifax. That was
Did
so
you
much
play
fun,
the-
dude.
Yes, it was the Vibrancy Fest with
Yes.
Cloverdale.
Cloverdale. Yeah, dude. So awesome, man. Dude, talk to me. What's up?
Well, man. Well, yeah. First, I wanted to hype you up, man, because I've been following your journey since then.
Mhm.
And yeah, I've been loving it because I remember that night, like when you played, it left an impact.
Oh.
Because like it was one of my favorite sets ever,
Oh,
and I don't mean
dude,
that
that's
lightly.
too sweet. Oh man.
But yeah, it inspired me a lot, and I think it took me on this journey where like I hadn't been exposed to like fun, kind of like vulnerable music like that, and you were even singing, I think, with a vocoder,
Yeah.
which was super cool. But yeah, man, because I had a little bit of momentum with like, you probably know, but like I did this Martin Garrix remix, and it's this stuff that was really cool,
Mhm.
and I caught a bit of momentum in like the EDM scene, which was cool,
Mhm.
and that kind of gave me like a bit of a writer's block at some point because I felt like I had like people had expectations on, you know what I mean? Like people had
Yeah.
I felt like I had to deliver something, but then my influences were changing at the
Yeah.
same time, which was super fascinating. And I'm in a really good spot now because I feel like I've kind of defeated that monster. I mean, anyway, my main question is actually nothing to do with that. I just wanted to tell you why I'm here.
Yeah. No, I really
My
appreciate
main
it.
question, dude, is because you've traveled a lot,
Mhm.
and this is something that I'm paying more attention now. It's like, have you noticed, or do you even think about that? Have you noticed that like regional differences in terms of like things that work? Because you probably know the US scene inside and out. But like when you're in Europe, like do you feel like there was a big change and so it's like a big like or you know in a certain way there's just things that you feel like work better or don't work and how does that how does that interest you? Like I'm really curious about that.
Dude, that is such a good question. Here, let me stop my screen share for a sec. Bro, that is an incredible question. And I just want to say quickly, dude, I'm so happy to hear about your experience with your own artistry. I mean, dude, it's so, bro, thanks for hanging out, dude. Like, it's not every day that we get to hang out with someone who's remixed Martin
Thanks,
Garrix.
man.
That is insane. Dude, animals, man. Playing in every set. But dude, I just want to speak to that part first because I actually went through the exact same thing at the very beginning of my career. I was 18 and I released one song with this label called Dirty Bird. And it was a dream come true. And it didn't change my life. Started getting asked to DJ at small bars and things like that. But I had this opportunity, Dirty Bird, big label. My song, it didn't blow up or anything, but it, sort of put my name out there. And I thought, I need to put more music on Dirty Bird. And so I started making music that I thought would be a good fit for Dirty Bird. And I started sending music every week and thinking, what would work? What would work? Thinking about other people's perception of the songs and how could I game the system. And I started each week, I had a new song ready.
Yeah.
Rejected. And I stopped having fun. Everything got so difficult. And then there was a moment where I just got so bored that I just said, fuck it. And I started making music that was totally different. In fact, the exact opposite vibe that Dirty Bird wanted. Like Dirty Bird, they wanted kind of dirty and like, kind of quirky. And I was going for like emotional and jazzy and like pretty.
Really.
And dude, those songs rejected immediately, but those songs started getting signed to other labels. And when I gave myself that freedom, the second song that I got signed to Dirty Bird was really unique and different because it was something that came from my heart and it wasn't planned for the label. And ironically, it had some jazzy chords and it had some things that none of the other artists were doing, but it just came from my heart. But it took a year for it to happen. And so in that year, I made many songs that never came together. But the songs that I made for myself that were different, those ended up getting signed and released and helped my career in other ways. And it was ultimately so beneficial because I became an artist on that label who could do other things. And if I think like when you pigeonhole yourself, when you get overly analytical about a genre, then you're pigeonholing yourself and you will need to be more, it will be more shocking when you leave. But if you're always blending things or just making shit from your heart, then you're more likely to kind of be your own artist versus fitting into someone else's box. So I think that's sort of my advice to everyone. And I'm curious, like, does any of that resonate with you and speak to your journey?
Oh, 100%, man. Because I think what took me, and like I said, I feel like I have overcome that a bit. But the main reason was I started to really like techno and hard groove. And essentially, I started making it, and I realized that it was so much more fun for me, or it was freeing compared to like all the production techniques that I feel like I have to apply in like EDM for it to be super polished and like big and like massive. And I feel like when I was making just like raw hypnotic techno or hard groove, I was just like, actually it's the opposite. And and if I need to do something, I can do it in 2 seconds. I'm used to like it was, anyway, I felt it was very freeing. That's what I'm trying to say, that it was fun, and I was like, okay, damn, I'm having more fun with this than my main project. But yeah, man, I'll send you a bunch of those for sure.
Would love to hear. And I think in terms of your second question, dude, I'm really excited by that. That sounds amazing. And also, bro, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know like the strategy, but on paper, it's like, dude, if I were in your exact situation, and I know very little else about the sort of details about your situation, but I would be like, oh, like, here are things that I love about EDM. I want to bring those into what I do. I mean, Kedema is such a good example because he loves Calvin Harris and big trance EDM chords, but he also loves really crunchy, raw, hard groove drums. And on a lot of his songs, he combines it together. And those are things that should not go together, but he does. Like I remember he like 6 years ago started playing this old Calvin Harris song that has those big chords. And I'm like, oh, wow. He literally, then his songs started coming out where he uses those sounds. And it's literally just from Calvin Harris, like inspiration. So even though you wouldn't think that he is, especially like 3 or 4 years ago, it was so surprising. So I think great artists, they just do shit that you wouldn't expect. And then it becomes normal. And then so it's like the more we double down on having fun, the better. But yeah, man, let me speak to that other question. So this is cool. Like, like Lex, I see you're in Düsseldorf, Germany. I know there's a lot of people from America. Can each of you put in the chat, what city are you in and what style of music do you think gets the biggest crowds and reactions in your city? So where are you and what genre or style is the biggest? Let's see. I know it's getting late in Europe. It's like mid 12:30. Cool. Tech house funk. Same. Shout out Granada flamenco, Berlin techno, New York hard techno, Portland West Coast bass, Valencia techno, Boulder dubstep 100%, Cologne techno, Ashland Oregon bass music, house, tech house, London drum and bass, garage, Portugal, Paris trance UKG, Denver dubstep. So super interesting, right? Like, you might see some trends. Dusseldorf, Germany, hard groove, hard house, bounce, and trance, but also harder styles. So it's really interesting. Like, I think the world we live in, currently, I would say there's two, I think there's two realities. I think in terms of popularity at the biggest level, there can be very big differences now because of TikTok, where an artist, a song, or even a genre might go completely viral in one country or region, but the algorithms are so regional that it might not go viral in another place. And I think since in the past 5 years, I feel like there's always been cultural differences, but maybe 15 years ago, the internet was kind of making things feel more similar across different places. And now with algorithms, I feel like things feel more different, where when I play in Berlin, even if people are coming to see me DJ, the way that people dance can feel a bit different. Like, people in the Berlin techno trance scene, they have different dance moves than how people in America dance, or even people in London. So I would say there are, from a like commercial standpoint, in terms of what's the most popular, I think it is more region by region dependent. That being said, if you have a niche that you are really interested in, there might be a bastion of a scene for that niche almost anywhere, but it just depends where and how big. So it's like I yeah, it is very different. And I think also one of the biggest things that I'm realizing in Europe is, I think, like, well, hard techno kind of exploded here over the past couple of years, and now it feels like new things are emerging. And so I think, depending on the crowds, like a lot of trance music might be getting the people who were enjoying hard techno. So now a lot of the trance parties seem to be like require songs that are very high energy and intense, versus like there's the house shows, which can be softer and more like less aggressive, so it's very hard to generalize, but it's all just like scene by scene, city by city. And I think like it's not that complex. It's kind of like, I feel like I could be completely wrong, but I think my perception, it's like I feel like the main epicenters for club music are in Europe are like London, the Netherlands, like London, Amsterdam, Berlin, each of those three cities are pretty different. And I think if you look across Europe, you can kind of trace things back to one of those three cities in terms of where are people drawing inspiration from. Like Mondo Disco in Madrid, it's like the talent buyer and main DJ who runs the party, which is like a defining party. A lot of the music he's playing, it's like Amsterdam hard house stuff. It's like that's super specific. Even though it's Spain, it's like you can trace it back to Amsterdam. In Paris, I feel like Paris and France takes a lot of cues from like the Berlin trance techno scene, so it's kind of like it's not, I feel like that is my framework for how I would simplify it. Like the UK, it's like, Chris Stussy, Josh Baker. Ironically, Chris is from the Netherlands, but I think like these, it's like, and everything's just getting blurred together. It's not worth overanalyzing because everything changes so quickly. For instance, Maluji and Kedema are now more inspired by the UK stuff. And like Maluji just sent me a song that's like 134 BPM and more housey.
Oh, wow.
And it's like everything's just constantly changing. So I think kind of back to this question about analysis, it's like it's kind of fun to analyze what's happening. But I think if you're an artist and you want to make decisions, you need to just go to a dance floor. You just need to dance and see what's happening right now and what makes you move. If you can't dance at a party because you're in a different city, going on YouTube and, seeing what is making people dance at different places is kind of like the next best thing. But I think when you're on the dance floor, it's just like, it's just interesting. This is my biggest takeaway from Europe compared to America. Also, American crowds, I think, are much more open-minded and don't care so much about the different genres. Whereas in Europe, because I think Americans just want to dance. If there's a vocal that everyone likes or a nice buildup and a drop, Americans will dance to almost anything, dubstep, techno, house, whatever. But in Europe, like when I play dubstep, a lot of Europeans get confused because they don't listen, especially Germany and like Austria and stuff. It's not so much about the vocal as much as it is about the beat and the groove. And if the groove changes, you might lose the dance floor. So if it's like a hard techno or a hard bounce crowd, and we go from bouncy, hard, bass lines into like a softer house beat, it's like you might lose them because that groove changes and they weren't ready for it.
Yeah.
But everything's always changing. So you could ask me in a month and I'd be like, yep, everyone's now just back to house music, which is kind of what feels. So it just, go dance and have fun, and you'll find a dance floor that's right for you.
I have been, and I love it. Yeah, man. No, I love your perspective because it kind of complements some of my recent observations, and I think the answer is the same. It's just gotta do what you love and what gets you having fun, and yeah, man, I appreciate that a ton.
100%,
and yeah, dude,
dude.
when you play in Madrid, I'd love there. So we'll be chatting. Let's
Dude,
catch up when
hit
you're
me
here.
up. Hit me up, dude.
For
Yeah, would love to
sure.
see you again, man. Unreal. Thank you for hanging out with us, dude. So lovely. And
Of course, man. I
yeah,
think
dude,
I'll do it
everyone,
again. Sure.
fuck yeah, everyone check out Eleganto's music. He's insane. So talented. It's crazy.
Appreciate it, man.
I would be very curious to see if you make a song with just the 909 and a vocal, because
I'm gonna do it.
dude, let's go. It'll probably be very sick. Unreal.
Thank you.
Fuck yeah. All
Man,
right.
I appreciate it, Tons. Thank you, dude.
Of course. Let's keep it rolling. All right. Beckett, I'm gonna come back to you, but let's go over to Derek. Dude, are you there?
Yo.
What's
Hold
up,
on, I don't
man?
know why it's not showing. Oh, what's up, man?
How you doing, dude?
You remember we met, right?
Dude, I mean, I don't
You
recognize you
can't,
from the tropical background, but dude, where did we meet? Remind me.
It was at where was it at? Toe Jam back lot for Miami
Miami?
Music Week. You were playing with my boy Jordan, but you were playing like with all these dubstep artists.
Dude, that's so epic. Dude, that was the
Yeah.
moment where I was like, earlier, I was like, yeah, I felt like I was having a sleepover with my homies. I wasn't at my home. That was the party where I was like, I can't keep up with the dubstep DJs and just play dubstep. So
Yeah, it was
that's
like
so
what, like
funny.
John Connor or whatever. What's his name?
John Casey was there
John
and
Casey. Yeah,
Levity. Yeah,
and Levity.
March.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
tight.
dude.
Yeah,
Jarek, oh man, well, good to see you, dude.
yeah, man.
What's up?
I
What's
mean,
what's on your mind?
well, I mean, I've been crushing it, like production wise. So I'm really happy. I had a like really crazy breakthrough with mixing, with just kicking bass shit,
Hmm.
like. But yeah, man, I mainly came here because I went to one of your classes like a couple years back,
Yeah.
and I just wanted to connect with you because I don't know if you've been to Monroe, Upward at Monroe in San Francisco.
No.
Well, I booked for a club here, and I just kind of want to not doing business while you're doing the class, but I wanted to introduce myself because we're interested in booking you. It's like serious offer though.
Dude, I really appreciate it. Well, dude, hit me up and yeah, yeah, like dude, that's just so sweet of you to like want to hit me up. Yeah, I can pass you my agent's contact and you guys can, that's sort of just the process. But dude, really it means a lot to like put a face to a name and
Yeah,
to just hear that, dude. So, and
I
yeah,
I go
definitely
by
uh-huh.
I go by Padre Bless. People know
Padre
me as Padre
Bless.
Bless.
Let's
Yeah.
go, dude. Fuck yeah. Well, hope to hear your music as well, man. Are you gonna try the challenge?
Yeah, I'll send my music. I just finished one up today. Nina Kravitz remix, and I did "Move for Me." Like I'm calling it a reprise. Like I like all my shit that is coming out right now.
Let's go, dude. Well, hey, Derek, great to meet you, man. I take it you don't really have much of a question. Would just want to say what up?
No,
Or
I just wanted to say what's up and like, dude, you're crushing it, and you're inspiring guys like me because I was like DJing everywhere and getting into the industry and like doing all that, and then I lacked like building community, and that's
yeah,
like really important, you know. So
100%.
to all you DJs out there, like it's super important to build a community, help each other. We should all be sharing each other's sample packs and
Yeah.
giving us tips and tricks. So
Dude,
keep
it's
it
just
going.
100%. I love that energy. And dude, it's just way more fun. Like so much of my journey, I was alone because no one else around me was making house music and no one even really liked it. And it's lonely. It's like I would get booked for a show or like someone would play my track and I'd be like, yo, dude, Pete Tong played my song. And people would be like, who's that? That's not fun at all. Versus, dude, in stark contrast, like this week, literally, the Tiesto thing, he downloaded all these tunes. A dozen of them were homie collabs. And it's like, dude, getting calls from people being like, dude, Tiesto downloaded this song. Like, that is just, you can't compare. Like that, being able to share the wins with your homies, it's unbeatable. And let alone just helping each other and growing with each other and supporting each other. It's just way more fun and powerful. So love that energy. I back it up 100%. And once again, connect with each other. Yeah, like this, once again, it's like I could be here all night. Like the fact that
Yeah.
there's anyone else, like there's like, almost 100 people across the whole world who are just Friday night,
Yeah, it's
Ableton,
crazy.
let's go,
I mean,
It's
I feel
amazing.
like a lot of us have been with you, whether you know it or not. Like I was going to Dirty Bird camp out. I would run into you at
Hey,
the little. You were doing like renegades and shit, and like you know
yes.
what I mean. So it's like that's how it is. We're like all family. At the end of the day, we're all shooting for like similar goals. It's all progression and getting better. And thank you for what you do, man. And connect with me, all of you guys. I'm Padre Bless, so I book out here in San Francisco. If you guys want to connect, you can find me on Instagram,
Dude,
Padre Bless.
let's go. Derek, you're the man. Thank you so
Justin,
much for the love and good
I'll hit you
vibes.
up, man. Thank you for giving me the time of day.
Of course, dude. Yeah, and can't wait to hear the tunes, man. All
Oh
right,
man,
let's
I'm excited to show you guys. Yeah,
let's
for sure.
go. All right, let's keep it rolling. Jovi, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Doing
I'm
great.
guessing you're still here, so I'm guessing you're tired, but good. But I'm stoked to be here. I think my second or third year coming, and
Let's go.
Sprecky, Jonathan, and Ashley and Gora, those are all the homies that I've met at different
Yes.
festivals. So I've heard high praise from them about you, and I opened for you in San Diego when you played for Daisy Chain
No
a
way.
few
Oh, that's
years ago.
amazing.
Yeah, so I've
Wow.
always looked up to you in terms of how you bounce around genres, because I definitely gravitate towards like electro, breakbeat. I play a lot of like ghetto tech, ghetto house stuff,
Sick.
which I'm jazzed about. It's not super prominent here in San Diego, and so it's been a bit of a struggle continuing to put that music out there and have it be kind of well received. And now I'm considering moving to Portland. I'm a little bit nervous because it's not big there either, per se, from what I understand. And so your conversations earlier have been helpful in terms of kind of informing me. I've just been on the fence. Do I go somewhere and kind of try and start a scene there if it's not already there, or do I gravitate more towards a space where it's already there and the juices are already flowing? Um, so that's a personal decision I have to make. But I know you just moved to Berlin, and
Mhm.
I've been curious about the trajectory of how the music you've been guided to has guided you towards different places, or how much you've kind of set that up for yourself, slash building aligned connections and a community no matter where you go. Because I know there's a lot of, I don't know, I really value authenticity a lot, and there's a lot of superficiality in the music industry. I don't
Mm.
think that, I think everyone can agree with that to a certain extent. And I'm also navigating sobriety right now, and I
Mm.
found that to be a challenge in the industry. And
Mhm.
granted, even making connections with aligned promoters or other artists that are not there just to party, but really there to connect on the music. So I guess this is even a spiritual question, an energetic question, but especially earlier in your career till now, how have these different components?
Um, Jovi, can you hear me?
Yes. Can
Okay,
you hear
cool.
me?
Sweet. I think I got all of that and such a good question. Such cool context. By the way, just want to double check. Give me thumbs up if you can hear me. Amazing. Dude, shout out my internet. It's fighting through. Okay, sweet. So really, really interesting. Dude, super cool to just have someone hop on the mic who likes breakbeat and electro. And that world of music, ghetto tech, so inspiring to me. And I feel like a lot of that music, um, it's just so timeless. Dude, the song that Tiesto downloaded has like a ghetto tech vocal. The 909 challenge that we're doing is very good for like a lot of that old school ghetto house stuff. But yeah, I don't party much either. I I feel like yeah, I feel like the further up the ladder of success in music you go, you will definitely find lots of sober people, tons. I think there might be a correlation of like if you are prone to getting lost in the sauce, it can definitely hamper your ability to reach your fullest potential. So I think, you know, I, there are people who party at all levels, but I just think, yeah, someone who does not party much and who loves the music, um, I, yeah, have felt very, I feel like there's like your people are out there, and it's just a matter of finding them. And I think also, this might be worth disclaiming, but like, I, um, can honestly be a bit naive sometimes about if people are partying or not, because like I am not very experienced when it comes to like substances and whatnot. So like sometimes I'm just naive. I'm like, oh, that person was so nice. um, but yeah, like I don't know. I think there's hmm, I feel like there's degrees to how deep you like take in someone's energy. And I think, you know, you like I think it's just important to know to be, protective of your energy, however that means, and I think it's just so personal. In terms of like city stuff, yeah, I think San Diego is such a good city. That's where you are, right? Or Okay, so
Yeah, there I am right now.
yeah, I love San Diego so much. Love playing there. Crossed Festival, insane. I think like if you don't feel if you've been there a while and don't and feel like your heart is calling you to some other place, like you don't need to shoot that down. I think I feel like for some, if you feel lost or feel like you're not sure where your home is, I think I would definitely do a lot as much digging as you can on the internet first to like see where home might be. Like questions like, who are your favorite artists? Where are they playing? What are their favorite clubs and festivals? If you could play at any club or festival, where would it be? Um, those are some good starting questions. I think um, musically, the next step, like maybe those places are not accessible. Maybe you can't move to a different country, et cetera. It's like America's really cool because I think we're people in America, excuse me, are inspired by a lot of European dance music. So it's just a matter of finding where those communities are. Like New York City has such a diverse and crazy music scene where it's like you could find probably almost anything. Portland, like in my experience, um, you get like the American bass head kind of vibes, which are super open-minded. And artists like Anna Morgan, I feel like does a really interesting job of like bridging that gap between electro and dubstep. Mary
That's my
Droppins,
girl too.
what'd you say?
I love Anna Morgan, and she turned Glitch Mob onto me, so Glitch Mob then brought me on board for
That is
their show.
so sick. So
Anna's so
sick.
sick, and I love what she's been doing in Portland when she plays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super cool. Mary Droppins, who's killing it so freaking hard now. Her main interest musically was electro and breaks, and still makes and releases that sort of stuff, but is, obviously in America, dubstep is humongous. And so it's like if your music, it's like I think Alyssa Mary Droppins, she like that's being carried by the wind. Like she liked the weird sounds of electro. Dubstep has weird sounds. She kind of got into dubstep and has been leaning into that, but throws in her flair, whether it's putting in a breakbeat or electro track into her sets, incorporating those influences into her dubstep productions, releasing breakbeat and electro tracks in between dubstep songs. But I think that to me is like a really good embodiment of like what it means to be carried by the wind, but in a way that feels authentic and without losing sight of what you're doing. So I think, like to get specific for you, it's like if you could be on the lineups with any artists, who would be the best fit for you to just like play exactly the kind of music you want? What's your answer off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, shit. I mean, right, I've varied so much, and like right now I'm the one who put Bullet Tooth in the conversation just because now I'm leaning more towards almost that like melodic-y kind of breakbeat, but like Sluggo and like DJ Fats and Detroit in Effect, like those have been my ghetto tech kings. And so I've bounced around a lot, and especially I look up to a lot of female artists a lot, and so I've been trying to also make connections with female artists because that's a whole nother ball game too, is gender identity. So I following along with kind of that trajectory of their career and where they've gravitated towards in the spaces is a really good insight for me to keep in mind.
100%. So, great answer. So many good artists. A lot of incredible inspiration. Yeah. So it's like you could look up every single one of those artists and see where are they playing and, see, like, I think, it's like Bullet Tooth, like a lot of what Bullet Tooth does could be like in the UKG world. And, I think it's just like a matter of identifying those dance floors and seeing where it feels like home. And even if that home is not a place you can live, if I would recommend, if you can identify, oh my gosh, all these people are playing, let's say the Panorama Bar in Bergheim. It's like, okay, I can't live in Berlin, but I think I need to go there and experience it and take in that energy. It's like I would definitely try to take a trip if you can't just like move somewhere. And if you can't do that, there's so many ways to get that inspiration through the internet. But I think being there and, you know, the more you can like take in that inspiration, but firsthand, the better. And if you can't travel, it's like looking at what is the closest place that you can experience any sort of magic, and does it speak to you or not? So it's like, yeah. The last point, if it really doesn't exist anywhere near you, if you can find others who like fully align, like, yes, you can do stuff. And I think like it's just a matter of finding those people, and being the wind is the main word I would use, because it's like there's a lot of wind out there. It's like out of all the gusts of wind to be blown by, finding one that like really speaks to you, and not letting go of the things that you love independently. It's like a conversation, you know. And I think just like DJing, how you know, Fortet, I've seen him play and he'll play like Herbie Hancock jazz music, but he doesn't open with it necessarily. He might like work us there, you know. So it's all just this dance. Is any of that helpful?
Yeah, no, it's super helpful. Honestly, I take tokens of wisdom from everyone I have I think you can learn something from anyone, and so I think this all gave me a lot to sit and simmer with, because it helps me gain hope that no matter where I go, I will find, or what is meant for me will find me. Like I
Yeah.
am very big on that philosophy, and yeah, I was traveling to Berlin and Amsterdam and London
Mhm.
all this summer for the first time internationally. And so that affirmation, just keep doing kind of what I'm doing, is kind of what I'm hearing. So I appreciate the
Yeah.
feedback a lot. It is helpful.
Yeah, no, and it's like if you're doing that and meeting people and discovering music and listening, then it's just following your intuition and seeing where that takes you. And I think so often we get caught as artists in terms of trying to put ourselves in a box and figure out what is my identity. I am tech house. I am breakbeat electro. I am post dubstep, whatever. Like, it's like, no, you're just an artist. And like all of these genres can be like paintbrushes that you paint with in different combinations. And I just think artists are always changing. Like, it's just, you know, it's just like have fun, be present. And the more you connect with your intuition, like crazy things can happen. Even illogical things like Tiesto downloading my like hard groove techno shit. It doesn't, and yeah, it's so random and unpredictable. All right. But yeah, Jovi, great to connect and to see you. I can't believe we played Daisy Chain together. That was such a fun night. And hopefully I'll be back in San Diego or whatever city if you move. Hit me up. But great to meet.
I will do. Nice to meet you. And bring Mnemonic again. I love Nick.
He's the
Whatever,
man.
wherever
Shout
you
out
go,
Nick.
bring him.
He's
Thanks, man.
amazing. So good. Love Nick. All right, let's keep it rolling. Let's see, Galen.
Yo, what's up, Justin? How you doing? Thanks.
Doing
I
great,
just,
man. What's
yeah,
up?
I just wanted to say thank you for, I mean, just being so like generous with your time and transparent with your experiences. Like, I've been playing your music. I don't know. I'm looking at my Serato folder here. I've got like the Jaguar, You and Me, You Give Me Butterflies.
Holy
So,
shit, dude. You're a
like,
legend. That's amazing.
I think like the first stuff you released, I was like, "Ooh, this is very interesting," and it's always caught my ear, and it's something that I don't really I don't DJ genres. I kind of whatever I like, I'm going to try to mix it in somehow. I don't play big festival stages, and maybe that's because I don't have like a certain little thing, but I played enough parties. I open for a lot of artists that come through Vancouver. But I just wanted to say that like this recent, I don't know if it's like maybe it's just a reinvention in my perspective of watching you the last few years, has been like insanely inspirational. And that's why, I mean, I've actually got a DJ set in a few hours here in Vancouver, but I
No
wanted to,
way.
yeah, I'm opening for Duke Dumont with like a couple other artists,
That's
which is
amazing.
awesome. I play a lot of opening gigs. I'm trying to make the music. That's why I jumped in here. I was just curious to know what the challenge was. Being able to listen to you talk about your experiences has just been a huge bonus. The 909 challenge, hopefully I can get to it tomorrow or maybe procrastination on Sunday. But
Yeah, yeah.
it's like just your reprisal and you've spoken to it, feeling alone, but then just making stuff for yourself that you wanted to make is like I it's super inspirational and like it's at a perfect time for me. I've gone full in on music this year, just investing, stopping everything else, and just trying to really hone and protect my energy in that space to hopefully, move up that run of show poster.
Galen, I'm blown away, dude. That all just makes me so happy. And dude, I'm honored that you know Jaguar and You and Me, like those songs, dude, like those came out in 2013. Like, or maybe they came out in 2014, but I made them my sophomore year of college, like so long ago, but such good memories. And bro, thank you for listening and for digging. That's so sick. But dude, yeah, man, it's just it sounds like you're doing some incredible things. Duke Dumont tonight, dude. Thanks for hanging out. That's
I
amazing.
gotta, yeah, I gotta jump on these things behind me for just to figure out one little mix that I've been thinking about. But yeah, I mean, this has been more inspirational than figuring out that one mix. So just listening to you go through the experiences and like just give us like these, I don't know, these silver bullets, but you're just the wisdom is wild. It's invaluable. It's amazing.
Dude, I really appreciate it. And dude, like I think there's a dance to be done to like build a career, but if you're not enjoying it, it's not worth it's like you're gonna stop DJing, you're gonna stop making music. And like, dude, to me, it just sounds like that joy within you is there and like has been there for a minute. And it's just beautiful to see. Like, yeah, it's super cool. Did you have a question? And no worries if not. Like I'm glad we got to like say
Yeah,
hi.
no. I appreciate you checking in to see if I did, but you kind of answered it along the way here with all these other questions,
Cool.
just in how you've made it to where you are, and just like the energy that you continue to, put into your productions and into your sets. So, no, I just wanted to say thank you so much for this, and I look forward to jumping in on Sunday.
Dude, do you play your songs in your sets?
Do I play my own songs?
Yeah.
So I've never made a song until in the last month, I've finished, for the first time ever, finished like a production that I would be even think about playing. Like, and it's funny, the 909 challenge just kind of reminded me that like, yeah, it's too complex. Like you can really just build the groove with certain elements. And I mean, for me, the inspiration came because I heard a cover of Teenage Dirtbag. So I'm like, all right, those lyrics are just so legendary. Let's see what I can do here. And just finished it. Well,
Let's
just finished kind
go.
of, just finished kind of mixing it. So I'm actually going to test it on the big speakers because I'm opening. So I'm going to go.
Let's go, dude. That was
I'm
what
gonna
I was
go
gonna
through it.
that's what I was gonna ask you. It's like, dude, play that shit out. Like that's I think for anyone here, like I think that this is the framework with which I teach and like help people is let's play that song out and what needs to be done so that we can do it, you know? And the reality is not a whole lot. Like I played out that fart song. um, and I think being fearless, you get more information by just trying shit. Dude, well, yo, play that tune out. Excited to hear what you make on the 909 challenge afterwards. And dude, let's keep it rocking. Let's go.
Thank you.
Unreal, dude. Great to meet you, man. Let's see, dude. How do you pronounce your name? Is it Donald or
Donal, close, very
Donald?
close.
Dude, nice to meet you, man. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm a 909 challenge vet.
Let's go.
I had lots of fun at the last one. Started using the mini meters.
Oh, no
Figured
way.
out how to get my levels right. With just what you talked about with the like that was huge for me, like getting the levels right and then putting the limiting on it and like keeping things simple. I think I took it a little too far. Like I've been pushing things to like -4 LUFS, and I probably need to bring it back, but I don't know. I like that pressure, you know?
Tight.
But I'm still I can get there without distorting now. But anyway, I had two questions. One really small question. Are you doing the now that's what I call bootlegs this year?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. I haven't decided. I'm so last minute with things. Like I didn't know that this was gonna happen till Wednesday. So
Oh
I don't know.
shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But do you take like
Mm.
how do you source that? Do you take submissions? Like could I just send you a bootleg and be like, yo, if you put it out and you like it?
Yeah, send it through. I think I've no plans at the moment. I think the my biggest one of my biggest flaws is just like I'm shit gets lost in my inbox and I'm a horrible texter. Like so I feel like I'll give some advice just in general. Like if you ever don't hear back from someone, never be afraid to follow up, especially if it's like been a couple weeks or something like that, never take a non-response as a no, because there's so many times where like, even for me sending music to other artists or labels, I'll sometimes hear back 6 months later and be like, yo, I just saw this message. I just heard these tunes. They're great. And sometimes I'll be like, yeah, they're already out. But other times, yeah, shit works out. But dude, Donal, you've planted a seed within me. Maybe I'll do another compilation. I might have to.
Tight.
This is
Tight.
yeah, like literally was not even thinking about it, but all right. So dude, sometimes like one little comment can be a big inspiration. So I appreciate you. Yeah, I'll try to post about it if I do and figure out a way to get submissions from like all the homies. So yeah, dude, I'll keep you posted. Did you have a second question?
Yeah, yeah, a more, I don't know, a more me focused question. I was curious what your thoughts are on like structure, because I know you just mentioned like, it's cool in like techno to change things every like 4 or 8 measures or whatever. I've been struggling with trying to combine my love of like guitar music, which is much more traditional sound, like traditional song structure, with like techno and hard groove, where it's like sometimes you just have like a kick drum and a bass and a hi-hat for like a minute. So like are there any like I don't know, are there any like tips or tricks you have for like maybe making an intro more spicy but still having it mixable? Is there ever a track where you're just like, I can't work with this intro. I love the track, but I can't mix it in?
Dude, I don't know. I mean, I've made a
Like, yeah, that's something I haven't seen too many YouTube.
yeah. By
So
the
yeah, that's
way,
my question. Sorry.
no, you're chilling. Can you hear me, by the way? I know there's like latency and shit. Give me a thumbs up if okay, sweet. Bro, dude, I love that you're interested in guitar music. Like I've made so much stuff that's more like indie inspired and it all flows together. I actually don't think the structure stuff is a problem whatsoever, really. Like, um, yeah, like I've made so much dance music that has like indie inspiration, and it's like I think the key is just you know trying stuff. It's just a lot of trial and error because it's not as easy to like it's a more ambitious idea to like blur the lines between styles. But I know you mentioned hard groove, but I'll just show you some examples from like of stuff that I was doing just to take myself down memory lane. But I don't know what kind of guitar music, but like, dude, these songs I made in college with my homies, one who's a guitar player, and like, let's see, uh, we were making house music at the time, but then we were trying like guitar solos and shit. But it's still just house. Let me see if they're like faster shit. Like, is any of this a good example? Um, dude, I mean, drum and bass is like way faster. Yeah, like I think it's just about getting creative and trying stuff. Like for more trance stuff, maybe one piece of inspiration that comes to my mind would be MRD. Um,
I
you
love
know,
him.
yeah, dude. So it's like so good. It's obviously a cover of like Calvin Harris. So, this I feel like you like MRD. I think he's such a good go-to for the like 140 to 150 guitar driven stuff. And yeah, I don't think structure is the issue. I think it's like, just maybe like find the drums you like and then just start recording shit and just see if you can get a groove going. You just gotta try shit. Is that helpful?
Yeah, that's dope. Would it be an issue if I put a little guitar in the 909 challenge?
Get
Is it
after
just
it, bro.
909?
Get after it, dude.
Okay,
Whatever you want.
let's do it. Let's do it. All right,
Fuck
man.
yeah.
Thank you.
Love that. Amazing.
Awesome.
All right, dude. Let's keep on rolling. Awesome question. Juan, how you doing, man?
Yo, Justin, what's up, dude?
Not much. Talk to me.
Man, I just want to say, thank you so much. I know, like, a lot of people already said, but like, thank you for what you
Oh,
do and all this. This was like super inspirational. Went a lot longer than I thought it would, but I'm really glad I stayed the whole time.
yes. Uh-huh.
Just like hearing everybody, like I feel like the group of people you brought together, something like a thread that like I noticed between everybody is like we're all like the type of like DJs and producers that we don't like to be like pigeonholed into one like into a box
Yeah.
into like a single genre. I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's why we take inspiration from you, man. Because I mean,
Oh,
that's why, like, that's what really inspires me about you. Was just telling my wife about like how much I love you because of just the fact that
Juan.
you like, what I mean. You're not scared to like take those risks. And you were leaning heavy into the dubstep shit for a little bit, and now you're living in Berlin. I didn't even know that. It's fucking
Mhm.
crazy, bro. That's
Dude,
amazing.
appreciate you
Yeah.
so much, dude. And yeah, man, just want to say it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's not fun to censor yourself and be like, no, I can't,
Right,
I'm not
right.
allowed to. It's like, why? Why not? you
No, I
know?
feel you, man. Yeah, I mean, I've kind of had that journey throughout my music career or music time. I couldn't really call it a career. I mean, I guess I get paid to do a little, DJ gigs here and there, but like, it's not anything like too serious for me. I just do it because it's fun, and I love it. Um, but yeah, I
100%.
kind of had that, journey starting off like being more in like house music and like a lot of the stuff that like inspired me was like the AC Slater stuff and like all the like a lot of the bass house from like 2017, 2018. Like when that AC when the Wax Motif Fly Kicks remix came out, bro, like that was me and my squad's jam back in the
Let's
day.
go. Unreal.
Yeah.
But yo,
Uh,
dude, Juan, so dude, did you have a question? And no worries
I
if
did,
not.
yeah. One question because I just wanted to make just get it clear for the 909 thing. So basically, like the challenge, I did this last year, but just to be 100% clear, so do you just want us to use that like that kit plus a vocal and that's it, or?
So it's open-ended. My
Hmm.
advice is to try to use as little shit as possible. Like if you can do just the 909 and a vocal, killing it. If you want to add more stuff, go for it. It's you know, if you can make multiple songs, like you can fuck around and try different things, keeping it simple, going crazier with it. It's open-ended. There's no right or wrong, but I think the more simple you go, the more of an opportunity you will have to like refine to like sharpen your skills
Okay.
and probably learn stuff. So, because when you keep it simple, you have to do the simple shit
Yeah.
well, and that's where there's like a lot of learning, and it's just I think less overwhelming. Um, did I answer your question?
Yes. Yes. Actually, he did.
Let's
Thank you.
go.
Yeah.
Dude, you're amazing, man. Dude, thank you so much for the kind words. That just
Of
makes
course,
me
dude.
so happy. And yeah, very grateful for this whole squad. Can't believe we're still like 77 people. My stamina my endurance is pretty good. So you guys are keeping up with me. Really awesome. Dude, Juan, pleasure to meet you, bro. Adri, how's it going? Wait, you're muted.
Hi, I don't know if you remember me.
From Stolpe's writing class? No way, dude. So lovely to see you. What a
What's
surprise. How are you
up?
doing?
I know, I'm good. I am getting a master's in Valencia,
You're in
in light
Valencia?
art. Yes, in like touch designer, and part of it is sound design. So I'm learning Ableton, but a
No
lot of it
way.
is ambient music, which is
Cool.
driving me fucking crazy because I want to kind of
Yeah.
speed it up.
hmm
So I'm excited about this challenge, but I'm a bad student and I
hmm
arrived very late.
You're chilling. No
Um,
worries.
so I don't know if you have a recording of your lesson or something that I can access so I can view it so that I can do
100%.
it.
Everything's
Because
recorded and I'll put it up right when we get off. But also I did the same exact challenge last year. So like it it might
yeah, yeah,
take
yeah.
it might take time for me to do the upload, but if you're itching to get after it, let me see if I can just find a YouTube link.
Yeah.
You
If you
Justin
have like a
J.
YouTube link, that would be perfect. Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Okay, so
it sounds
here
like you do the same thing every year, which is. And then where do you get the kit? Is the 909 kit like embedded in Ableton or not?
yeah, there it is. And here, let me also hold on. No, no. So I just dropped
Your
the YouTube
sister did
link.
her musical. I'm
I
so proud
know
of
that is
her.
so crazy. It is it's so awesome to have you here. Just as a heads up, me and Adri met at a uh country songwriting
Songwriters retreat.
retreat where it was like, yeah, we learned how to write songs on the guitar and piano, and it was so fun. It was amazing. I'd never really listened to country music either. And
Yeah, I wasn't,
yeah,
I'm like
yeah,
singer-songwritery, but I've been trying to write more dance music too, especially for this master's because I'm like a hop away from Ibiza. So
it's crazy.
a girl can dream.
Dude, you should hit up Eleganto. He's in Valencia and he's super. I don't
Is
know if you were
he?
there for him. Yeah,
I
Eleganto.
heard him and he commented, but
Yeah,
yeah, I mean,
dude, he's super nice, and I'll message him and try to connect you guys because yeah,
yeah.
I c-
I mean, I could use a producer.
dude, he's amazing. Valencia. Just curious, where in the so Valencia? Because dude, that's so crazy. All right, so you're like halfway between Madrid and Barcelona. I'll be in both of those cities. I play Barcelona on December 21st and Madrid on January 5th. If you'd like an adventure, if you're around, I'll be
Maybe Barcelona. I have to
him.
be back on the 23rd, but
Cool.
let's talk.
Hit me up. Hit me up. But to your question with the 909, let me just get that sorted and I'll drop it in the chat for everyone.
Oh, I see it.
Okay. But so yeah, I sent the YouTube thing and then the new version of the 909, the 2025 version. Let me just get
Is
this.
that something that I have to like plug in?
No, you just download it and drag it straight in. It's
Okay, got it.
the easiest thing of all time to do. JJ909 2025 show and finder
Okay,
copy. Hold
so
on. Yeah.
these are all the same YouTube video, right? Yeah, it
Yes,
looks like it.
I just dropped it a
Okay,
bunch of
great.
times so that it would be easier to find. And then I'm going to do the same with the JJ909 2025. So that way you guys can all just download it now and hit the ground running. Okay, cool. Any other questions?
No, thank you. I'm so excited. It's so nice to see you.
Let's go. So good to see you too. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you in Spain. That would be so crazy.
It has to happen.
Unreal. Amazing. And I'm excited to hear the dance music you make. Yeah. Yeah, you singing on a 909 beat. Game over. Game over. Unreal. Thanks for swinging by. So cool.
Yeah, hell yeah. Thank you.
Unreal. All right, let's keep it rolling. Ivan, what's up, dude? How you doing? Wait, you're muted. I can't hear you. Check your mic.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, dude. We're
There you
good.
go. Sorry
How
about
you
that.
doing?
How you doing, man? Nice to meet you. I'm from Mexico City.
Love Mexico City. Incredible place, dude. But yeah, things are good. How you doing?
I'm doing great, bro. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your time. Obviously, I appreciate it. It's been quite a different session than what I expected, but in a good way. Like
Sweet.
honestly, in a good way. I just appreciate a lot of this community. It's amazing that you give away your time for us and just getting to know people. I've been
Mhm.
posting in the chat like a Google sheet for people to connect and
Oh,
network.
that's so
It's
sweet.
good. Yeah, so it's there if you guys still want to sign up and everything. Just sharing details to
Mhm.
network at the end. But yeah, Justin, I just wanted to thank you a lot for this. It's amazing how small the world is. I actually met Eleganto in Amsterdam. Yeah,
No way.
crazy. I actually just texted him. Yeah, we met like backstage. We were just heading to see Oliver Heldens there.
Wow.
It's amazing now that I'm here in the Zoom with him as well, and you. It's just
That's
crazy how the
crazy.
industry works.
Unreal.
Yeah, I've been DJing for 10 years now. Honestly, I've been just trying to find my way through the industry. Right now, I'm getting to a point where I have this huge access to a roster of DJs because actually last year when I was at ADE, I met this guy that I'm friends with up to this point from Spain, actually from Barcelona, and now I'm working with him hand by hand. I'm starting to get into this head of communication in this big network, which is
Mhm.
EDM is Love. It's the biggest Spanish-speaking EDM community
Mhm.
in Instagram. So I just had meetings with DJs and managers and all this, and I'm like, I need to show music. Obviously, it's the business side, and I'm doing this on a side, which is still part of what I'm doing. But now that I have all this access, I'm starting to feel so frustrated because I don't have the music yet. Like I've been producing, but I'm so what's the word? I ask a lot for like I'm very perfectionist,
Yeah.
and yeah, sometimes I just get stuck because I'm like, yeah, this track is maybe not too good or anything, so I
Mm.
don't post it. I have like imposter syndrome. I think sometimes I just get stuck in this loophole because yeah, I've just been trying to get my music out there. I don't know if you have any thoughts on this.
Yeah,
I just
100%.
trying to break this wall because I've been like stuck for a year where I just be producing music, but not the way I used to. So like every day,
100%. I'm curious, can anyone else relate to Ivan with like maybe you have an opportunity, a network, a connection, you're DJing, and do you feel like your music making skills are out of par with like your opportunities? Because I feel like that's something a lot of people grapple with. If you are in that situation, the key is to remove as much pressure as possible, however you can. And I think this is like a reoccurring theme. I feel like you cannot predict what will work, what will resonate with people. And the key is to then just get stuff out to see and to be curious. And you need to do this in whatever way will feel the most safe and like just allow you to do it. If you are inactive, this will be the worst situation because inactivity will then just mean more pressure, more self-judgment. Oh my God, it's been like 3 years and I still haven't sent them anything because then they've been waiting for 3 years and this thing has to be really, really good. It's like that's just not how this works. It's like if you need to create a secret alias and just start dropping things on SoundCloud without telling anyone in your network, like that's the type of shit that I would be whatever mind games you can play to just make it possible for yourself, but you need to not care or give a fuck about the results so that you can have an opportunity to grow and like well I'm tempted by the expression like fuck around and find out. You need to fuck around, dude. That's like such fucking around and trying shit is fun, but it's not fun when there's like a bunch of pressure on it. So um you won't be able to realize your full magic if you don't try stuff. And trying means making songs and getting them out there, showing people, etc. So that's my advice. You got to just find a way to remove the pressure so you can do stuff. Does that make sense?
it does, it does. Thanks a lot, Justin. Honestly, it's just that sometimes I'm just too hard on myself, and that's it. I've been starting to lose the fun of it just because I'm so pressured to get shit out there, and it has to sound amazing and everything. Because like I've studied these, it's my career. I'm a music producer, but I studied like this in school, so I still feel more pressure because it's not just a side hobby. It's what I spent like 4 to 5 years doing, and I'm like, man, I need to get this shit out there. And now that I have all this access, I feel like, bro, you need to show them music, not just have meetings and do the business side. Like actually get like you're meeting them in person, like hand them a USB, handing this, and I don't have anything ready because
Yeah.
it's just a loophole. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
you have to experience it. Just like break out of my, just my
Yeah.
thoughts,
Yeah,
and that's
dude.
it. Yeah.
100%. And it's like, dude, anyone, if you're like, hey man, here are my first 3 songs. Here's my first song ever. If they're like, fuck you, bro. This is garbage. Never send me another song. Dude, that's not someone who sounds very nice. Like, dude, these are the first 8 songs I've ever made. You'll never get better. It's like, what, dude? Like, it's, like, it's kind of a funny thing, right? Like, anyone who really doesn't give you the time at that point, it's like, not the that's not like the vibe that you would want to grow. Like, it would even be worse if that person loved if that type of person liked one of your songs and then had that much pressure on you, that would end up hurting you. Like, that sort of energy is not actually good for artists. So here's another frame of reference for navigating these issues, and hopefully this can help other people too. The way I like to look at things is within each of us, if you're wanting to grow your career, I like to say there's an inner artist and then there's an inner manager. And the inner artist is like the childish part of you who just wants to make music and dance and express yourself. And then there's this inner manager who says, ooh, let's get a song signed to this label because then we might get to DJ at this festival and play open for this artist and, build this career. And when the inner manager gets into the studio, it fucks everything up. It's like you wouldn't want to be in the studio and have a manager being like, Ivan, this song sucks. Be like, dude, I'm working on it. Like, get out of here. Like, you need to be careful about your own inner manager ruining the fun while you're making music, because the optimal approach is to give 0 fucks, make a bunch of shit. Doesn't matter if it's the worst song in the world, stupidest song, you just make it. And then when the dust settles, you can have your inner manager or, industry people or whatever, like, see if anything like pops out to you. And most importantly, though, you cannot allow other people's negative judgments to hold you back because they can always be wrong. If you like some shit, don't let anyone stop you, because I've just had this so many times where like I make a song, I like it, it gets rejected by every label, no DJ plays it, then it becomes like one of my most streamed songs. Like, no one knows. And it's like, sometimes people want to put things in boxes, and when an artist makes a song that doesn't fit a box but is just amazing, that can become like a game-changing song. Marlon Hofstad, he said this about his career-changing tracks, that no one wanted to sign them, no one liked them, and now he's one of the biggest DJs in Europe. And his debut US show was like at EDC between Armin van Buuren and Tiesto. And yeah, it's like no one believed in him, no one liked it, but it was amazing. So it's I think we can put so much pressure, and it can simultaneously feel very difficult, but it's also just like a matter of, if you don't care, it's easy. And I feel like one last funny metaphor that comes to my mind right now, it's like speaking to a person is not, it can, in general, if you speak to someone, it might not be very stressful. But if you have a huge crush on that person, it's way more stressful. And you're like, oh my God, texting, that person didn't respond. Do they hate me? Do they not like me? Did I say the wrong thing? Versus texting your friend and you're like, whatever. Like, pressure, it's all internal, but it does not help. So whatever we can do to remove it that is the number one priority. Is that helpful?
Fucking helpful, man. Thank
Cool.
you a lot. It's even good to get it out there. Sometimes it's just what I have in my mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does help a lot. Thanks a lot, Jay.
Dude. And then, it's just funny. It's like when we remove the pressure and just stop caring. Like, dude, it's like Jonathan. No one on earth could have predicted what would have happened with that track getting played at Coachella. Ricardo Villalobos, Ibiza, BBC Radio 1. It's like you never fucking know. So like just have fun. And it's way more fun when you remove that pressure. So win-win all around. Ivan, appreciate you. Great to meet you. Hope
Thanks
to
a
be
lot.
back in Mexico City soon.
Man,
And
you're
yeah,
welcome
dude,
here.
let's go,
You're
bro.
welcome. Thanks a lot.
Dude.
Just last question. Where do we submit the challenge?
I don't know yet. I'm gonna send it over email. I'll make like a little form. Keep your
Awesome.
eyes on the email, and that's where it'll go.
That's
But very good question.
Thank you, brother.
Of course,
Thank you.
dude. All right, dude. We're almost out of questions. When we're out of questions, we're doing the song share. Okay, yo, good to see you. I forget, how do you pronounce your artist name? Is it Grider?
Friday.
Cool. Good to see you. How you doing?
See you again too. I'm really good. Dude, you're so wholesome. I love hanging with you. I like that everybody's just like, you're like, everyone's still here. Yeah, because you're a fun hang.
Dude, just love it. It's
Yeah,
so
for
fun.
sure. No, you're awesome. I appreciate your energy and just like taking the time to keep it real with the homies.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, yo, appreciate it. Did you have a question as well?
Yeah, so where do I start? I mean, I can just for context for everybody else, like last year was my first time doing the 909 challenge, and I was like a 10-year closeted creative, like had major blocks and like was really fucking hard on myself. And this challenge like really unlocked something for me. Like I've made more music this last year than like ever in
That's
the last
amazing.
10. Yeah, like actually finishing tracks and like just figuring shit out, like figuring out like what feels good in the studio. And then I moved to Berlin in May. So I did like a slow travel like all year last year and just
Oh.
like literally just traveled and like made music from my laptop. And then that got kind of limiting. And I was like, all right, I think like I have this opportunity to move to Berlin. Like I think I need to go and like build a little like creative sanctuary and like set up a little like home studio and do my thing. So I'm here now.
That's crazy.
And yeah, it is crazy. It's really awesome. But there's also, like you mentioned, it was interesting that you brought it up because I wasn't sure if it was going to be relevant or not. But you mentioned like just like the lonely phases of this journey. There's a term I came upon. It's like the liminal space when you're kind of in like the in between. Like I know what I'm building, I know where I'm going, and like I believe in myself and the calling that I have with music and the way I connect with it. So like I know I'm here for a reason, but like it can also be hard when you're so like kind of isolated in this phase, like especially now that I'm away from my like core friends and family. Like I'm just kind of out here
Yeah.
doing my thing. And like of course like I make like friends on the dance floors like over the weekend and whatever, but like it's different from like, your people that like you that like are like the ones that you like kind of like feed off of, if that makes sense. Like where you feed off each other and like, like back in the Bay, like I had like my group of like friends like who all DJ and like we'd get in a room together and just like mix and it's fun and it like gives you energy and like now I'm here and it's like you just have to like sustain it for yourself, if that makes sense. Like I don't know if this is making sense, but like I feel like there's just this kind of like in between space where it's like you have to kind of like really sustain the energy
Yeah.
by
Well,
yourself. And
I
if you have any thoughts around that.
I just think different places have different energy, and also like Berlin, there's a lot of a certain type of energy, but it's also a big city. So I'm not here full time. I'm bouncing between here, London, and the US. My life's kind of chaotic, but
I need that though. I
it's
want that
but
chaos.
fair enough. But the
I-
I
hard to
think
stay
I
put.
think what I just say, it's like different cities have different energies, but also if you look hard enough, you might find what you want. But I think being, you know, I don't know. I think like putting yourself out there to find community is it's it's an yeah, I feel like it definitely requires determination. You know, like you can't give up on meeting people until you find your people who you feel like you can be yourself with. And um the internet is amazing. Shout out the internet. And
Yeah.
you know, I think yeah, but it's, you know, Berlin, I think can also probably be challenging now that it's getting into winter. So but
For
yeah,
sure.
like I think I don't think you need to be alone. I think there's maybe like this German energy of like hibernation in the winter.
Yeah, for
A
sure.
lot of people talk about that. I haven't experienced that myself. I don't know if I would be great at it. Like I mean, I kind of am pretty like, I don't know. It's the winter can be hard. But if you, it's like I don't think there's a bad situation because it's like if you need to leave, great. If you need to push through it, spring and summer are going to be so wonderful. So, um,
Yeah,
yeah,
true.
but I think you
I mean,
don't.
this is a winter thing.
Yeah, but I think yeah, it's like make sure to do vitamin D and meet people and yeah, if you need to, if you you know if you have the means to go home, like that's, you know, visit friends back in the Bay. If you need to get that California warmth to recharge, like, you know, whatever works.
Sure.
But you got this. There's so much community to be had out there. So don't get discouraged. I hope that's helpful.
It is. Thank you.
Cool. Amazing. Awesome. And yeah, just one last thing to say about it. I feel like there's been so many times where I've felt so alone and isolated in different ways. Like artistically, being when you have this creative desire, people who don't have it maybe sometimes struggle to understand you.
Sure.
And, you know, it's just like, I don't know. We definitely don't have to settle for being alone. So yeah, I feel you and you got this. And great to see you and just awesome to hear about
Oh,
everything you're doing.
yeah, appreciate you.
Of course. All right, let's keep it rolling. Hello, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Wabin?
Wobbin, yeah, however you
Wabin.
want to pronounce it.
Amazing, dude. Where are
Hello
you?
from just outside London.
Oh, no way. Amazing, dude. Great to meet. How you doing?
Doing great. Appreciate you putting in a shift here.
Yeah.
Really enjoying it. Had a bit of a sort of practical question
Yeah.
because a lot of my sort of music homies are all based out in the States or in Asia. And I've been wondering if you had any tips or things that you've found work particularly well in terms of collaborating with people remotely.
100%. Great question. Check, check. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Dude, big Zoom guy. I love collaborating with Zoom. You can control each other's screens. You can share audio really easily by dragging audio samples into the Zoom chat. It's pretty good for file sharing for here's a vocal, here's a synth, here's a stem, right into the Zoom chat. I think another tool that I'm a big fan of is shared Dropbox folders. Um, if you have if you're both on the same DAW, like it's just game over. Ableton is insanely good at it. Because you can literally like, I'll just show you real quick. I collab a lot remotely, but
It was
dude,
seeing your folders there that made me think of the question, actually. Yeah.
yeah, dude. So just to show you, like, do you see how this track, there's like J1, J3, N2, N3. So me and my friend Nick, we were working on the song and kind of doing different things. And what would happen is if he did N3 and he was like, yo, I added the wheel up signal, it's track 18, or like I made a new thing that just says add this, then you can just click it and drag it into your project. And then here's the wheel up signal. And then it's
Oh,
part
wow.
of your track. So
And how do you make that collaborative then?
on Dropbox, so I think you just like create a new shared folder, and it's like, I don't know how to do this. New folder, who will have access, only specific people, settings. Yeah, I think you just like make a folder. I think once the folder exists, share with Dropbox, manage permissions. Like, it's one of these settings. I forget which one, but super shared. Yeah, maybe here, but it's super easy. Yeah, I think it's any folder can just be a shared folder. You just need to give someone access.
Cool.
Yeah. So, and then you can add folder and then just find the folder and then add it to your toolbar.
Sick.
So yeah.
Nice. And then you've both got that in your Ableton, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, dude, that's my favorite. Big fan of collabing online. Definitely do it. Do it as much as you can. It's so fun.
Yeah, perfect. I've been booked to play Friendship in January, so I'm
No
trying
way.
to hook up with a bunch of the homies to do that. Yeah.
Dude, wait, what's your DJ name?
Wabbin.
Sick, dude.
DJ Wabbin.
Friendship. Friendship is so fun.
Yeah, I went on
Dude,
it last year. It was a time, so yeah, stoked.
unreal. Dude, I'm so happy for you. I need to check out your music. What kind of music do you make?
All sorts, just not psytrance.
Cool, dude. Fair enough, dude. Fair enough. I'll take it. I mean, I think coming from the UK, that's fair. There's psytrance is not on the hardcore continuum.
Well, and
as
I
they
live
say.
in Thailand in the winter as well, where it's a bit of an epidemic. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. Dude, but that's amazing.
no, I appreciate it.
Unreal, dude. Well, Wabbin, great to meet you, man.
Likewise.
All right. Hopefully I'll see you either in London or some festival. That's amazing. Dude, thanks for hanging. Awesome. All right, let's keep it rolling. JT, how we doing? Are you there?
Hey, Justin, can you hear me?
Yes, talk to me. What's up?
Sweet. First, just want to say thank you for doing this. Had like no expectations coming into it, but this has been a wealth of information from beginners to Ableton technical questions and everything else. So really thank you for all that. Yeah, I saw you this summer in Chicago over the 4th of July, and it was pretty sick that I didn't know who you were at the time, but I walked in with a friend who she straight up doesn't even listen to music in the car, like maybe doesn't even like music. And she asked me who you were because she's like, I want to dance all day to him. Who is he?
Really?
And we had
That's
like
so
such a great
sweet.
time. Crazily enough, like I ended up getting a controller that weekend just to be like, all right, let's fuck around and play his music.
Let's go. That's so
yeah, it's been a
awesome.
wild 5 and 6 months. I've realized I like really like this shit. So just been taking it more seriously. And so I have a bit of like a two-pronged question for you because I can tell you both like structure and rejecting it. And I think that's like kind of where a lot of really unique creativity spawns from. And I had like a lot of music lessons as a kid, played piano for a few years, but really fell out of love with like the classical and the music theory. But now that I'm getting into music production, I'm starting to like feel that itch to, create and make the songs that sound good and feel good to me. But I'm almost wondering like how to actually build those reps and like get better at the theory again, or at least like rebuild those muscles while keeping it fun. So that's like part of it.
Yeah. So I think, okay, let me talk about rules and learned technical knowledge. I feel like they're useful in two different ways. If you are stuck and having a problem, sometimes technical knowledge can help fix a problem. That's one useful situation. So like with music theory, these notes don't work. Well, what scale is the song in? Oh, the scale shows that these notes are out of key. Like that would be an example of that, right?
Right.
Using it to fix a problem. The challenge is sometimes you misdiagnose things and it might not always be reliable. So, never can have too much pressure on it. I think the other way that things can work out really well, maybe from a creative standpoint, like if you're using music theory to write, like figure out a chord progression, maybe it could get you started with a cool idea and maybe you tweak it and you're like, you know what, actually I want to go this way and I don't know what I'm doing anymore, but that technical stuff can maybe help get you started and provide some inspiration.
Right.
Even if it's clunky and slow, it could help you do things you wouldn't normally do intuitively. I think ultimately I think music, because I studied music theory later in my musical journey. Like I started my DJ career when I was 18, touring like all the stuff before I finished college. And then when I turned 23, I decided to do more school and study music theory and songwriting while still touring full time. And
That's sweet.
yeah, dude. And I love learning. My experience with it is like for a lot of intense music theory, its utility just feels very different, feels very removed from a lot of contemporary music for a long time. And then at the very end of like a long, arduous journey, you kind of see how it fits. You're like, whoa, this is super helpful and really cool, but it's like not necessary ever. It's never necessary. It's never needed.
Right.
It's never required. Intuition, feel, your ears are always going to be more powerful, and they will ultimately always be the final deciding factor. So that's the funny thing, is it's this weird journey where like it's a lot of effort with a medium-sized payoff. Could be medium high medium, but
Right.
the final is still your ears. So it's like it's kind of just like how nerdy you are. Like I think I'm not the very nerdy about sound design and plugins, for instance. Like I just would rather use stock Ableton shit and just be lazy. With like melodies and harmonies, I'm not like the craziest jazz person, but I nerd out a little bit over some of that stuff, so it's kind of fun. But it's so not necessary, and a lot of those tools will just help you with like, you know, yeah, it's kind of like I don't know. I'm struggling to think of a metaphor, but yeah. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, 100%. And it actually segued into kind of the second part that I was thinking of is, so you mentioned that, you like to pull sounds wherever you're inspired from. And I've only been listening to dance music in general for a couple of years. I was living in Spain and stumbled upon a techno club. And then that was just kind of a gateway into it. So like say you're listening to an indie rock song and you hear a melody or even just a lyric that you want to use. Do you have any like shortcuts or at least like any rules of thumb for how you can like bring that emotion to the groove? Are there any like helpful places to start looking or like
Yeah,
a guide?
100%. I think for this, if you hear a vocal you like, sample it. There's a really good stem splitter called Lala AI, and you can
Okay.
literally take vocals out of songs. Newest version of Ableton, as of like 2 days ago, I got it. It has it built into the project, into the
Oh, sweet.
program. It's out of control. So there's literally you right click on stuff. Here, I'll just show you. Also, by the way, I noticed in the chat, Max Casper, can you raise your hand electronically and let's get that. I want to answer your question. But yo, so pretty much if you throw any song in here, let's see, let's type in here. Like imagine this is a full song. If you right click, separate stems to new audio track, vocals, turn everything else off, click separate, it'll spit you out the vocals by themselves. In
Oh,
terms
wow.
of, yeah, so it's crazy. And then you can just like put it on top of your 909 beat. In terms of harmony and chords, if you hear a chord progression you like, dude, I literally did this the other day where it was like Mr. Saturday Night. Is that the song? Yeah, no. But you could look like just the two of us chords, YouTube. Like you can just search the chords and maybe there's a piano tutorial or guitar tutorial. You could just look shit up and then write the chords in. If you love someone else's chords and then write your own song. So does that help give some inspiration?
Yeah, definitely. And I did not know that the newest version of Ableton actually already had that stuff. So
Oh, it's
sweet. I'll get
crazy.
to using that.
Yeah, it's 12.3. I don't know how it works. I've heard that it's in beta. I don't know how it works, but it will be available for everyone soon. But just check the version.
Killer.
Sweet. Fuck yeah, dude. Great questions. Yeah, Max, can you hop on the mic real quick and talk to me?
Yo, what's up? Thanks, man.
Yeah, dude. So, your issue is using the 909.
Yeah, so I downloaded it, and I tried to drag it in. It's only letting me go into like the user library, and then if I try and load it into a MIDI track, it just says only audio files can be placed here.
Okay, so, dude, what version of Ableton are you on?
I am on 10.1.43.
So
10 suite.
it's possible that you're just not going to be able to use it because this is a newer version.
Yeah.
But two things. Let me send this in the chat, the 2023 version. Where's the chat? Hold on. I lost it. Dude, great question. Okay, here's the 2023 version. If you can't do that, look up Kit Core 909 in your version of Ableton and let me know if you see it.
Okay, let me download this real quick.
So those are two solutions that should work. Let me know when you do it and if it helps. Does that sound cool?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. And just put in the chat which of them worked and it'll be good to know. Does that make sense?
I just tried loading it in. The 2023 one did the same thing. I do have the 909 core kit, so I was just using that.
Perfect.
If that's pretty much the same thing, I'm sure you've changed it a little, but
it's not that different and does not matter.
Sweet.
So yeah.
Okay.
Fuck
cool.
yeah.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for letting me know. Let me just write that down. That for people use Kit Core Kit if it doesn't work. Older versions of Ableton. Amazing. Fuck yeah. All right. Okay, sweet. Dude, more questions. Let's do it. I think you guys are kicking my butt. I might have to switch to a song share after this last squad. I'm very impressed. All right, but let's do Monk. Is that how you say your name? Hello? I can't hear you. If you get your mic working, we'll come back to you. Let's go to Violuna.
Oh, what about now?
No, we're good. Okay, and then Violuna will come right next to you. Sorry for flip-flopping. Monk, talk to me. How you doing?
Hey, doing good, man. How are you?
I'm doing great.
I mean, that's great, man. First of all, let me just thank you for, just taking the time and going over all these questions and, just spending time with us. Like that's pretty cool. I appreciate that.
It's so fun.
I'm gonna keep it simple, man. And it's just like a very quick question. How or what tips can you give me like when writing the breaks? Like for me, that's the part I struggle the most because sometimes they are like way too simple and it sounds like shit basically.
Yeah.
Like I just lose all the energy and then when it comes back, it doesn't feel that good, you know?
Yeah. All right. So the key for breakdowns, you're talking about breakdowns, like when the kick and bass are out?
Yeah, exactly.
So the key, if kick and bass are out, it's going to be often your mid-range that carries the song, your vocals, your synths. So in my break, like, look at this example with the Charlie bit my finger thing. Dude, wait, did I delete it? I'm so, where did it go? I guess it was this. Whatever. Regardless. So just like in the club, I think vocals are the best thing to rely on to keep the breakdowns interesting. Because if there's stuff happening in the vocals, nothing else, it's like people will be really entertained. Pasa, he's the king of just like put an acapella with nothing else, and then the beat comes in and everyone loses their shit. Let's see. 1-2 Step Treasure Series. What kind of music do you like? Do you like house music?
Yeah, I used to play house and right now I'm more like in the trance stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, I still like it.
We'll come to trance, but I think let's see if this is a good example. But
It's the DJ, And we will rock you all. No matter to me.
So it's just the vocal and a clap, nothing else. For trance and stuff, it's going to be synths and vocals too. Do you have like a favorite trance artist or a trance artist you like?
Well, at the moment, there's like a couple of them. Damn, my mind just went blank. I don't know. We can go maybe with Marlon Hofstad.
Dude, he's
That's
great.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, love Marlon Hofstadt. So, yeah, for him, like, let's just listen to one song of his. Let's just choose this one. There's going to be synths and vocals and maybe like a snare roll. So synths, ding, 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 baby, vocals. Listen to how much vocal is playing. Say it, till I make it, till I make it.
I got you, baby. Just put the record on.
And then much less vocal, kick bass. It's the same sort of thing as like what we've been doing here with like, yeah, just take the kick and the bass out. That means you might need to get a little bit more creative with your vocals. And then, I like a good basic formula is like make the vocals really busy on the breakdown and then make them more simple on the drop. And try that with the 909 challenge. It's a really good starting point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Amazing. Of course, dude. All right, let's keep it rolling. Violuna, am I pronouncing your name right?
It's Violuna, so I play
Violuna.
violin.
Oh, that's so cool. Amazing. Well, nice to meet you. How you doing?
I'm so stoked to be here. Thank you for this. I saw you at Desert Hearts back in like 2015, I think. So
No way. That is so epic. That was such a wow. That
long
is
ago.
so amazing. Crazy.
Yeah, but yeah, my question for you is kind of just kind of specific, I guess, to me in that I play violin, right? And I want to have that in my production. And I feel like I'm having a hard time with like I don't because I'm playing with the electric and I'm trying to mix that in. And I'm just wondering if you've like worked with violins before or if you have like any kind of like tips or pointers in just getting that to sound really good because right now it just doesn't sound good.
Fair enough. I've actually recorded violins a bunch, and I have a friend who's an amazing violinist, and strings, they're incredible. Yeah, I mean, I think okay, when it comes to recording when it comes to recording instruments, you're adding another variable, so I don't know like how the recordings sound, but I think when you play, if you play like someone else's song and you play violin over it, do you have fun jamming on top of, do you get like the energy you're looking for when you do that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do that. I mean, that's what I do when I'm DJing. I play violin over top.
So sick. So like here's maybe like an interesting starting point. Like if you're getting good energy, that's super cool that you do that. If you're getting good energy jamming on top of other people's songs, you can start by recording yourself on top of other people's songs and seeing how that feels, and kind of gives you a little bit of gives you like training wheels to figure out how to use your instrument in the world of recording. And then you can just start swapping out other people's ideas with your own. And one other way to kind of make the training wheels a little bit more smooth is like, okay, let's say you record your violin on top of someone else's song and it sounds great. Then maybe what you could do is find the DJ intro of that song where it's just the drums, and then try to just use the drums with your violin, but you add the bass line and the vocal. And that's maybe how I would approach it, to like work up to doing everything yourself. Because even just recording can be tricky. And like, how do you get your violin to sound good in the studio, and just capturing the magic of what's already working live? Does that sound like a good roadmap?
Yeah, that definitely does. Thank you.
Of course, super cool. I'm excited for you. And dude, shout out Desert Hearts. That's
Oh,
that's so magical.
I used to live in San Diego, so I miss them so much. But
Crazy, crazy. Hope to go to the Phoenix one or the Arizona one. It's cool that they brought it back. But yeah,
years.
well, lovely to meet you. Amazing. So cool. All right. Let's do Jake and then Beckett and then a little song share and then we'll call it. Does that sound cool with everyone? Amazing. All right. Jake, how you doing, bro? Oh, you're muted. I can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes. Talk to
Oh
me.
shoot. What's up, Justin?
What up?
I had to tap in. I saw the email. I was there last year. I was here. Did the song challenge and everything.
Let's go.
Bro, yeah, I think about it all the time still when I'm making the like the drums and I'm putting the groove. And every time I put the groove in, I'm like, Justin, keep the groove in with the drums and everything. Yeah, you're always in my head, man. I appreciate all the help you gave everybody. This is like a really cool thing you do for everybody. Like, I just wanted to give you props on that, dude. Like, it's been really like that's so cool you do that for free and everything. And I'm always sending everybody to you. I'm like, bro, tap into a Justin class, bro. He gives you so much free game and
Dude,
information
let's
that like
go.
people won't answer. Like people, dude, it's so hard to find people in the industry like that understand stuff and are willing to share information the way you do so wholeheartedly, like up front. Like that's so genuine. And like I a whole past year talking to people and meeting new people, like I got picked up and done support shows for like bigger DJs like Chill. And I've like hung out with like Dr. Fresh and like Dennett and stuff like that. And like the whole past year's been crazy. And I always remember
That's
like what you
sick.
told us about everything. And it's the same thing with like Ivan earlier. Like I don't have the songs still, but because I'm still working on my processing and mixing and mastering. It's such a mission to do by yourself. But I always think about like step one, what you told us, like finish the tracks, make the tracks. So it's like that's what I do. It might not always be perfect yet, but I always still think about that and like just getting it done. And
Yeah.
just thank you for that, dude. Like that means so much.
Dude.
And my only other, I got short questions, okay? I was considering going to an academy recently. I know Icon got shut down. I was looking into Cosmic. I didn't know if you had any information you can give me on this type of stuff, or if I'm in the wrong forte to be asking you this.
Dude, I really appreciate it. First of all, Dr. Fresh is the homie, such a nice dude.
That's the man.
We lived
Dude,
across
yes.
we lived across the street from each other in college.
Dude, that's so cool.
Yeah, dude. And Jake, I'm just so happy you're making moves, dude. Let's fucking go. Yeah,
It's crazy.
yeah, dude. And I think just like with Ivan, it's like take away the pressure. In terms of classes, I think I'm gonna do it this year. So one of the things that I do mid-December, maybe late December this year to January is I do like a pretty intense boot camp, and I'll probably send some information about that later. But yeah, dude, it's super fun. It's like the 909 challenge, I feel like is a good like test. And I think it's also like I feel like everyone should fuck around and make music. And the boot camp, it's kind of like yeah, just like we go deeper, like this sort of vibe, like more track feedback and stuff like that. But
yeah,
but so that's something I'll put on your radar in terms of other like schools and stuff. Yeah, I feel like Icon and
because they got shut down. I
Point
think
Blank.
Icon got shut down.
Wait, really? It's over?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Whoa, I had no
Recently,
idea.
yeah. Cosmic actually picked up the Insomniac contract till the end of the year now, so they're the ones that are putting everybody onto the Discovery Project.
Whoa, damn, that's crazy. Icon's been around since I was in high school.
Yeah, I was gonna look into them, but then they were like, "Oh, they got shut down like a few months ago or a few weeks ago or something." So I was like, "Okay, Cosmic's the
Damn.
next one up on my list."
Fair enough.
But they're giving the same information you're giving out here. But I know you said you're doing your class and everything, so it's like
Yeah.
obviously, you're good at what you do and everything. But it's the same stuff that you teach,
Yeah.
and you're going over here in the same community format as what they're handing out and selling. And it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
no, I'm obviously gonna look into yours once I get the email and everything about that.
Dude, I appreciate it. And yeah, the thing is, I think for my approach, it's like it's more like I'm not the most technical. So it's like everyone has different things they want to learn. Like I'm not I can't create like Skrillex sound design magic. Like that's not my thing. Like
I don't think anybody can.
like yeah, I know that's so fair. But yeah, like I think the 909 challenge for me, it's all about having fun and keeping it simple. Like, how can we keep it simple so that our songs can work on the dance floor? That's my favorite shit. Like playing a song and seeing people dance and knowing that that's not technically difficult to achieve. So yeah, man, for me, it's like a lot of mindset stuff, simplicity, and really composition. It's like, I guess it's like providing good sounds so that you don't have to worry about if the sounds are good or not, and then learning how to use them versus how to create something from your imagination and bring that to life and create like an elephant meets a jaguar roar in outer space. Like I don't know how to do that. So that's sort of my vibe, but because I think depending on genre and stuff, like for more like dubstep bass sound design, like that's just not my strength or my focus. Because I'm like, how can we make it more simple? It's a different approach. But yeah, dude, Point Blank I think is another school. But damn, I'll send some info. But that makes me sad about Icon. Hope there's stuff to fill the void. But
Yeah.
did I answer your question?
No, yeah, you did, dude. I was gonna ask about like plugins after that, but I think you went over that already. You were like, I don't even use that. I use simple stuff. So it's like that's something for another day.
Yeah,
But no, I just want to tell you thank you, man, and get your input on that because that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm still working on my own stuff. Thank you
Fuck
for
yeah.
everything, bro.
Dude, it's so great to meet you, man. And with plugins, there's some shit that I use, but not that much. And I just like to be lazy. Like, I just like if I want things to be fun. Once I figure out one thing, I'm like, I don't want to figure out another thing if I don't
Yeah.
have to. So that's my vibe. But Jake, you're the man.
Yeah, you got the right mindset. But it stuck with me last year because I was like, because everybody was like, the network, and you were like, the friends, and I was like, you're right, and that stuck with me, dude. I always think about that, so it stuck with me.
100%. Dude, let's fucking go. I love
Yeah,
that.
Justin's the man, dude. Everybody needs to pay attention.
Dude, Jake, appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you, man.
Unreal, dude. Much love. And dude, Beckett, take us home. What's up, dude? What's your question?
Again.
Back again.
Shoot, so I mean, can't lie, a lot of my questions got asked. But so I guess I'll ask because you said you've been in the game for 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, you've been around. So like from the other people you've worked with, like, is there anything that you've like specifically taken and like done your own twist on, or like anything just that you've seen in your 15 years
100%.
in the industry?
Dude, I'll say the most successful artists, like I'm talking like the top of the top superstars, like Skrillex, Fred again, Tiesto, like all those types of people. The higher up you go, generally, the nicer everyone is. Like in terms of artists, like Skrillex, Fred again, so nice. I haven't interacted with Tiesto much, but it's funny, like I don't know, just just treating people with respect and being polite. It's crazy. I think the people who are not so nice sometimes are the people who are not at the top, who are jealous, and maybe maybe there's a self-fulfilling energy of like not being very nice and then not getting what you want and then being resentful and so
the music industry definitely feels like it's just everything's just good vibes. Like, no one wants. Kindness goes a long way for sure.
Yeah, dude. I'm such a, I mean, and I feel like I just always have tried to treat people with love and respect, like growing up and stuff. But yeah, man. So I feel like that goes super hard. And if you ever run into people in the industry who are not nice, I think it's important to know that that those are not the people to draw inspiration from in terms of behavior. I think that's really important. And anyone who's holding a position of power who's not nice, it's like they might have some power, but that doesn't mean you need to like that take in that energy or like settle for that energy. Like
Yeah, I see what you're
there's,
saying.
you know what I mean? So it's
Just
like,
like aspire to like be like that, and then yeah, because yeah, for sure. I mean, what you're like surrounding yourself by, the people you're around, people you're looking at,
yeah,
you're gonna head towards that.
100%.
But
I think that one last piece of just advice, it's like, dude, honestly, when I was in college and beginning my career, I did take everything really seriously. And there were parts of it that were good in terms of my focus. I was very disciplined. I put in a lot of time just making music, trying to get better. And just had so much, I just enjoyed it. I was hooked, like nerding out on my computer. But I was very like serious and kind of
yeah,
like that sort of the emotional
yeah,
energy
I've kind of been like
was
that, and I don't know. It's like sometimes I stress myself out. I don't know. I'm just like always like, oh, I haven't worked enough today, or like I haven't done this enough. I don't know.
yeah.
Do you kind of have to find like a balance in that?
Yeah, I mean, I think balance, but I think also it's like, dude, to be disciplined and to be productive is a scheduling issue. You can have fun
Yeah,
once you've done your scheduling, like I think the older I've gotten, the more I've realized like how much fun I can have. I've become much more playful and carefree the older I've gotten. So it's like I think this is a very normal thing actually, where it's like when you begin as like when you're naive and you don't know what you're doing, you can be kind of childish and fuck around and foolish, and you're just like, I don't know what I'm doing. And then you
yeah,
get
for
more
real.
experience and then you're like, oh shit, now I'm figuring it out a little bit. I need to take it seriously. And I think ultimately it's like it's a matter of like coming back full circle to being like, you know what? That beginner's mindset, that initial energy is like where the real magic is. And yeah, man. So dude, I think it's like, you know, balancing, scheduling the time to if you want to develop these skills, but have fun doing it and just the more you can treat it like playtime and enjoy it and find friends who share that spark and that excitement who are bringing that good energy. That's like the winning formula in my book, at
Just
least
being
for having
positive,
fun,
no matter what. Just
Yeah,
surrounding yourself with positivity.
100%.
Okay.
100%. Is that helpful?
Yeah, for sure, man. I appreciate you
Dude,
staying. Dude, I was lucky surprised because I had left a bit. I meant to come back a little quicker and you're
yeah.
still here. I was thinking
It's
it's gonna be
so
done.
it's so fun. And dude, honestly, it's like it's funny because I think like normally yeah, I don't know. It's Berlin. It's like getting late.
Yeah,
So
it's like
because
2
no
a.m. there, right?
yeah, it's getting late. So
Damn.
dude, but
But
such
yeah,
a
I
delight.
appreciate you
Yeah, of
staying.
course. So much fun. I could talk about this forever. I could just like curl up in bed and just talk to you guys till I pass out. Um, can you everyone drop a SoundCloud link? I'm gonna play as many tracks as I can. You have 30, you have 20 seconds to drop a link. Hold on. When I start counting.
Does Dropbox work?
Uh yeah, Dropbox is fine. All right, let's see. Drop your links, and I'm only gonna play like a few wow, someone already dropped me a 909 challenge. That's amazing. Um, let's see. Okay. Oh, Spooky. Good to see you, bro. Um, okay, hold on. Rory, Ted, Devin, good to see you. Jeffrey, Pedro, Jovi, Eddie, good to see you. Wes, Artsy's telephone. Oh, what's up? Yo, how's it going? Dre, Chef. Ooh, Chef Dre collab. Cool. Natalie, Wes. By the way, send me an individual song link. Natasha Rose, your link did not work. Try again. Ivan, Monk, Grider, Rory, Lexi, Andy, Wes. Okay, that's it. Max, boom. All right. So can you guys do me a favor? While I play people's songs, can you hit each other with positivity Nelson, I got you. Natalie, take 2. That one worked. Jack, Ivan again. Okay. I'm gonna try to just play one song from each person. So if I see doubles, I might skip. But give me a thumbs up if you're ready to drop some nice comments to each other. Okay, sweet. You don't know. This could be someone's first song, and the smallest comment can change someone's life. It's crazy. Like even for me, I'm so sensitive. It's like I did a Boiler Room set and I wasn't very confident about it. But then this one girl was like, I loved your set. So I was like, really? And because she said that, I was like, okay, fine, I'll put it out. I'm serious. It was this one girl who was just dancing behind me, and she was German. And I was like, I don't know if German people would like this. And she was like, no, I liked it. German people can be very honest in my experience. So I was like, okay, I don't think she's lying. But I put it up on YouTube because of her. So, we're all just sensitive and vulnerable, and a little bit of positivity goes a really long way. If you listen to people's songs and listen for what you like. Ooh, these drums are nice. The bass line, that's a cool vocal. Whatever. Fire emojis. Let's run it. Okay, this is it. I'm gonna do a painfully short amount of listening per song. And I'm gonna play like just a few seconds. You got to type really fast. Okay, who's ready to type? Give me thumbs up if you're ready. Okay, fire. Let's go. Starting off with good static. Is my audio working? Okay. Fire.
Get up on the floor. 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 Get up on the floor.
Fellow. Come on. Banging, sick UKG vibes. Amazing, pretty.
Sobe na garupa que você só bunda, bunda, bunda de sem uma nuvem no céu, o dia tá perto. Bunda, bunda, bunda de
Banger, really tight.
I'ma bust it, I'ma hit, I'ma have to bust the clip. I'ma bust it, I'ma hit, I'ma have to bust the clip.
So fun.
Y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this?
Sick. I really like that vocal. Boom. Let's go here. killing it. That's her singing. So good.
Tune Commander. Bro Commander. Tune Commander.
Very groovy. Let's see. I want individual songs. Let's see. Here we go. Dude, it's sounding so good. Proper Berlin vibes. Let's go. Rory, killing it, dude. Let's see. So pretty. Really nice.
It's a damn shame. The rich man, don't the rich man. I've been telling my soul.
Fire. Let's keep it going. Here we go.
Price to your motherfucking core, nigga.
So smooth. Really nice. Super fun. Let's see. Is this
Put
gonna
the
work?
fucking mic on.
Wait,
Mic is on.
I think. I don't know if that worked.
Oh, embrace.
it. It's sounding so good. Let's see if this works. There we go. Super cool.
Oh, watch me down, come through. Oh, watch me put it down. Oh boy, I like oh boy, I like the way you put it down. Oh boy, I like oh boy, I like the way you put it down.
Killing it, dude. All right, here we go.
Well, hey there, riders. Thanks for tuning into the rodeo. Now let's get out there and grab that bull.
Dude, so fun. And we got the Dropbox links. Let me click around. Hold on, it's a little bit more clunky. Where's the volume? Here we go. Nice late night vibes. Come on. Let's see. Where's the play button is hidden behind Zoom. Okay, there we go. Is it gonna work? Audio. Okay, cool.
Get it hot. Get it hot. Get it hot. Get it hot to a new sound. Get it hot to a new sound. Subsonic.
Super cool. All right, and spooky. Let's see. Volume up. Come on. Load. Come on, Dropbox. Dude, so awesome. All right, guys. Can everyone unmute? Make some noise for each other. That was awesome. Let's go. Dude, unreal.
Let's
Unreal. Dude, love you all. Thank you for hanging out with me all night, or all day if you're in the US. So much fun. I love doing this so much. Oh, yeah, it's just so fun to hang out with other people who feel so passionately about music and are just willing to hang. It's so fun. Enjoy the 909 challenge. I will send an email with more instructions, and hopefully I'll see you guys on Sunday, 12 p.m. Pacific. And until then, tag me in videos of songs you make. Would love to hear. And
Word.
yeah, love you guys. I'll talk to you soon. Have a
You
great
too.
day. Have a
Good,
great
good
night.
show.
Have a good one.
Much
Thank
love,
you.
Thanks,
everybody.
Justin.
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
You're
you're
awesome.
welcome.
you.
Later, guys.
Bye.
Peace.